This is all a part of this whole line that is working its way across the First Coast today. As you can see on the bottom of your screen, we've had a tornado watch in place that is in place until this evening. It is a weather impact alert day, so expect them to move around the Jacksonville area, including towards TPC Sawgrass for the players, just around lunchtime between 12 and 1 o'clock. So if you want continued coverage on this tornado warning and plus everything going on here across the First Coast, please check out firstcoastnews.com and FCN Plus. We're going to continue to stream live there as well as on our social media platforms.
Stay with the First Coast's most accurate weather team. Stay safe and informed. Download the First Coast News app now. First Coast News, on your side.
We are continuing to, there we are. We're continuing to watch this tornado warning just towards the north and west of Waycross. Sorry, a little technical issues on the backside here. Looks like it did just get fixed. Yeah, so I'm meteorologist Robert Spetta jumping on here with you this morning, and this is just the start of a very long day across the First Coast. We've been continuing to track these severe thunderstorms nearing our area. Yesterday, these actually put down some long track tornadoes. 34 deaths have been reported overall from this storm system. And you can look at the larger scope of things stretching across the Midwest, this front all the way down towards the south here. Kind of see that V shape. This is a classic sign of a potent jet stream kind of fueling up this storm system, and as it nears the First Coast, you know, we still got lots of lightning coming in out of those severe storms, and of course the potential for some rotation. So let's go back to this. Can you mind putting this on the full screen? We could take a look at our tornado warning. Now this is just towards the east of Pearson, towards the west of Waycross until 9:30 a.m. That's into Atkinson, Bacon, Coffey, and Ware counties here, specifically for the First Coast, the northwestern areas of Ware County. It's a rather rural area, but we want to make sure we cover what's happening out here for you as well as we continue to track this storm. Just heading towards Dixie Union, Waresboro, Axon there, actually passing right overhead. And once again, this is until 9:30 a.m. So thank you very much for watching us, by the way, on this live stream. If we do get a tornado warning closer to Jacksonville or over the Waycross area, which is totally possible because we have another storm just towards the south and west of this one, now passing just southeast of Valdosta. That one also a fairly potent system. We'll make sure we break back on air on ABC and NBC as well. All right, so let's take a look at velocity and kind of give you an idea of what we're looking at out here with this specific cell just towards the west of Waycross, and actually just off of just by looking at the radar imagery, I can get a good idea of where this rotation is. It's right about in here. So it looks like it is just west of Axon there on Route 82, moving towards the north. Now let me get an idea of how fast this is moving here. Stand by one second. Does look like, there we go. One second, just going to get a little bit of the details on this specific cell. I'm going to query it here. I just want to get a good forward motion here so I can keep you informed about how fast this is moving. It is radar indicated, moving towards the north and east at 45 miles per hour. So we can pull up our little tracker here, just give you an idea of where that is. I'm punching 45. We're going to prog out so I can give you a look specifically at a few of these townships just out ahead of this. So here we go. That's just basically out ahead of where this cell is at this moment. Moving towards north and east, we'll be at Utah Church at 9:15, 9:17 there in Millwood, 9:24 in New Bern Church, and 9:31 at Liberty Church. You see church on a lot of these. These are basically a lot of hamlets, smaller towns here, which is why you know, everybody counts here, of course, but it is right on the edge of our viewing area for the First Coast, and Yeah, and not a major population, but we want to make sure we're keeping you guys informed here as well. So here's another look actually at velocity. We'll go a little bit closer look to kind of pull up where that rotation is being indicated here on radar. As I mentioned, it was just right around Axon there, just towards the west of it. There we go. So we'll just take a look right here. Bam. Moving towards the north and east, just outside or just through Ware County. Moving off there. Also, I'm seeing something here just towards the west of Willsboro. Second, stand by. I think that's actually, it might be kind of locating the rotation just a little bit off there. So let's check out that velocity one more time. You can kind of see it right there heading towards 60 units. Apologize for that. It's pointing right at the wrong spot. This one looks like it's more of a rotation. So obviously, you see I'm kind of having an issue finding it here. That is an indicator that it's not the strongest of rotations, but a rotation nonetheless here. Hatsy Friendship Church, I'm not even going to try to say that one at 9:25 a.m., but if you are there, Dixie Union and over towards Crawley as moving off towards north and east there. Once again, just towards the west of Waycross. Put this on a loop so you can kind of see where this is popping up. So actually there was two rotations. Pause it right about there. You can see a clear rotation just towards the south and east of Pearson. It looks like something else trying to pop up a little bit further towards the east there. So a little hard to discern on both of these here. But the point is a tornado warning. We do have a high shear environment. And it looks like, thankfully, that tornado warning has possibly been dropped. Yeah, it has been canceled. Good news. So that tornado warning has been canceled at this time. But we are going to stay here with you for a few more minutes, and I'll probably put the radar on a loop so we can just take a moment here and gather our settings together here so we can continue to provide this coverage as this gets closer towards the Jacksonville area here throughout this morning. But once again, multiple severe thunderstorm warnings in place right now towards the western areas of the First Coast. Fairly large storm actually just towards the south and east of Valdosta, extending down towards Perry, one there just towards north, rolling up I-10. Specifically outside of Waycross, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pull up a camera there in Waycross, get you a good look. In fact, let's take a look at Pearson, because Pearson currently just had that storm roll on through. So I'm going to get you a live look on the ground here. If you could put this on the full screen. This looks like this just passed by. They're on the back side of it right now. And it looks like plenty of rainfall just fell. Good news, no damage. But that definitely is, it looks like is, you know, the back side of a storm like this. You have some good inflow coming in from the south and west. Now I'm going to take a look a little bit further towards the north here into, or actually let's go east over towards Waycross. Where this storm is just outside of. Now it looks like it's going to pass just towards your north. If you are in Waycross or you're watching from Waycross, winds are going to be cruising in from the south, but not quite yet are you being impacted by this. In fact, we'll just take a little bit of a look here with this moving towards the north and east of Waycross. You have some rain there, but I'm more concerned if you are in that specific area for this next cell that's developing here just towards your south and west. That should be out towards your neck of the woods here in about a half an hour to 45 minutes. But then we pull back even further, and this whole line is shifting towards the east. So of course we're going to have this one here cruising along. That should be out towards the Lake City area by 10 to 11, and eventually all of these working their way closer to the First Coast into Jacksonville by about 12 to 1 o'clock. Thus, we have that weather impact alert in place at this time. Now, the good news, you know, that tornado warning has been dropped, and as I was having a hard time there finding the clear center of rotation, it looks like the National Weather Service was as well. So they issued it for about 10 minutes and then canceled it. Good news, you know, they're staying on top of this thing. Take a look at our futurecast, though. I believe this is actually moving a little bit fast, but it does show you here about 10:30, 11. We still have these cells. This does become a little bit more linear and kind of spreads out as it gets further towards the east, which is fantastic news. As this all is working its way off there, if it does start to weaken out. But I mean, look at that 12, 1, 2 o'clock. We still have some of these cells kind of popping off and watching this all move towards the east. And eventually, by this evening, it does start to dry out with nice northeasterly winds. But here, starting at 8 a.m. this morning, it is currently 9:17. We have a weather impact alert in place for that chance of some strong to severe thunderstorms, and even that possibility for continued rotation in these due to that high sheared environment and instability with this pushing on by. About 11 to 2 will be passing over the Jacksonville area. I would redefine that from the 11 o'clock hour more so to about 12 to 2 o'clock over Jacksonville, then shifting off towards the east. But we still have that, of course, the severe tornado watch is in place. Storm Prediction Center has us a 2 out of 5. That is a marginal, or excuse me, a slight risk of severe weather all across the First Coast, which isn't, it's nothing to laugh at. I know slight doesn't sound like much, but for our area this time of year, that is a kind of a red flag. Sunday's outlook here with the tornado risk also saying 5%, which has just been confirmed with a tornado warning out towards Waycross. We've had a tornado warning around just north of Valdosta. Another tornado warning this morning north of Waycross about an hour ago. So multiple tornado warnings already this morning. So obviously this forecast is coming to fruition. Across the Suwannee Valley, I believe that's going to be the next threat area, and eventually over the course of the next hour or two into Lake City. But go county by county here this morning, already taking place in the Ware, Brantley, and Pierce. Already had a tornado warning in northern Ware County. All this is going to continue to shift towards the east by 9 to 1 o'clock, so over the next few hours into the Brunswick area, for example, closer to lunchtime. Columbia, Baker, and Bradford, I just showed you here timing out that next cell that's coming in out of the Big Bend area. That will arrive around 10:30, so our timing for that pretty much lining right up between 10 and 1 o'clock, starting to work its way out towards Columbia, Union, and Bradford, heading into Baker County. Duval 11 to 3, we could be looking at this with 50-mile-per-hour winds and that chance of an isolated tornado. And then we look further towards the south with those winds still continuing to pick up across Clay and over towards Putnam County, as well as St. John's and Flagler. You'll be the last ones to kind of get impacted by this by 1 to 4. My worry is there might be some lingering inflow with the daytime heating that could help spark up some heavier showers. We're taking a look at the players this morning. It is still going on right now. They actually started their tee off a little bit early. I do anticipate by 12 to 2, we're going to see those storms kick on through downtown Jacksonville, which means that they're likely going to have a delay now. They're going to try to get most of it off, and hopefully on the back side of this, these rain showers do end by about 4 or 5 o'clock. And if the grounds can dry off quickly, maybe they might be able to finish up everything today before the sun sets, which is right around 7:30 p.m. Do remember, though, if you are issued any of these tornado warnings, make sure you take shelter in the interior of your home or anything like that throughout the rest of today. Just know you're at a safe spot, and download the First Coast News app so you can stay weather aware as we continue to track these storms. We're going to take a moment, just loop the radar here, collect our thoughts, and get ready to just kind of do a longer stream here. If you are watching, though, on any of our social media platforms, I'm going to go ahead and try to set everything up so I can take your questions as well. If you have anything specific about the players, maybe you're traveling somewhere or anything like that, we'll try to take your questions and, of course, keep you posted and updated here as we go ahead throughout the day. So if you guys don't mind, let's go back to just kind of looping the radar here, and we'll just take a moment to get everything set up and collected. Hi there, friends. We're back. We're continuing to track this severe thunderstorm, and a line of severe storms started our stream here right around 9 a.m. So about a half an hour ago, we did break in for some tornado coverage just outside of Waycross in Ware County. That specific cell has weakened a bit here as we see some of these pop up, pulse, and then weaken right back off. But see behind me, we still have a severe thunderstorm warning in place for Clinch and Eccles here just outside of Valdosta, northwest of Fargo and south of Homerville. Relatively a rural area, but one of the things out of this cell, you know, it's a severe thunderstorm warning with winds up and over 56 miles per hour within it. But there is lots of lightning strikes. I just pulled up to see where here, number of strikes in the last about 15 minutes is 76. So plenty of lightning getting kicked out of this specific storm. Once again, though, today is a weather impact alert day in place here across the First Coast. Now, we put this out about 5 days ago, saying today was going to be a messy day. Widespread rain, severe storms likely, and we are seeing that already, even a tornado warning. If you are watching any of our social media platforms, make sure you download the First Coast News app so you can get those push notifications if the severe storms do start to pop up in your area. Also have a shelter plan. I'm not saying you have to stay inside the interior of your house all day or anything like that. That is not what we're saying here. But if you do plan on going out to the players, for example, make sure you have a plan and you know that these storms are coming. Continue to check in with the radar. And if you hear those sirens go off, they have meteorologists on site there at TPC Sawgrass that will let you know those storms are nearing and that potential for lightning. We don't want anybody getting struck by lightning, especially a lot of people have outdoor plans here on our Sunday. So I've seen a few people asking about timing. All right, so let's get a broader view of when these storms are going to be working their way across the First Coast. We're already seeing them closer to the Waycross, back towards the Valdosta area. And eventually here, as we go up to about 10, 11 o'clock, they will near Lake City. A couple cells kind of mixed in this. So it's not a whole linear line. It's more of these kind of supercells trying to generate. They were fairly more potent about 2 hours ago. We actually had multiple tornado warnings in parts of southeast Georgia. That has backed off a little bit, but severe thunderstorms are still likely. The severe weather threat highest further towards the west, but Jacksonville still has that potential between about 11 and 2 o'clock. And I think more so we can nail this down to about 12 to 2 o'clock. These storms will start to near Jacksonville and pass right overhead and then linger to about 2, 3 o'clock. That is Jacksonville, the entire Duval area. So even if you're in one specific town or anything like that around Duval, just keep that in mind. St. Augustine, about 1 to 2. Now, I think more so 2 to 3. I think this timing has shifted a little bit towards the east here, but the point is you got to continue to track this as it moves ahead. I will not be here the entire time. We have the whole team coming in, just the one here on Good Morning Jacksonville this morning. First person to kind of start off this marathon of weather coverage here for you across the First Coast. So yeah, county by county, we'll just track this real quick and then I'll get back to everything else happening here across our area. First off, yeah, we have these storms 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. If you are into the Waycross, Ware County, we're already seeing that. So timing's already on. Further towards the east, is they're all going to continue to shift towards the east. Not quite into Folkston, Brunswick area. It looks like you're just off towards your north and west, but I would say give it another hour or so. Also, same deal for Columbia County. Cells are just starting to pop off there. We're actually seeing some stuff out towards Madison, so just towards the west of Lake City on I-10. And then heading into Duval, yeah, there is still that potential for an isolated tornado. So we get some daytime heating through this afternoon, and these strong southerly winds continue to dominate, could spin up a few tornadoes. It's isolated. I think the main threat further east we go is going to be damaging winds. So make sure you pick up lawn furniture, kind of stow that stuff away. You don't want your lawn furniture, your chairs or tables getting tossed into your neighbor's yard. You don't want to be that person in your housing area, as we all know. They can cause some damage and stuff that way. So it's small things. Like I said, not that type of day where I'm saying you have to stay sheltered in your house all day. You can still plan accordingly. Get out there for the players over the course of the next few hours. It actually might be some interesting play this morning because the winds are fairly gusty out there. But starting into the early afternoon, around lunchtime, we are going to see these storms kick on in. Let's take a look at the broader view of all of these cells as well. And I'm going to go with the SATRAD because this is a wider range of severe weather we are seeing out here. Basically, this low pressure area brought tornadoes, severe storms across parts of the Midwest on Friday. Deep low pressure. Stretching off of that, we're also seeing this extend down towards the south across parts parts of the Dixie Alley yesterday. Several long track and damaging tornadoes. 34 deaths so far being reported from this. And then now you can see this line as it moves its way towards the east, and then watch this. Now you got all that lightning, of course, with it flaring up. Now it's becoming linear, which it feels like these cells are shrinking a little bit. Not as intense as they were further towards the west, but as long as we still have lightning coming out of them, it still has that potential of some strong to potentially severe storms. And thus we do have that severe thunderstorm warning in place here just towards the south and east of Valdosta, right there. Severe thunderstorm warning. Actually, stand by. Is that changed over to a... Nope, it's still a severe thunderstorm warning. Plenty of lightning coming out of this right now. And then on top of that, a tornado watch, which means simply with a tornado watch, the ingredients are in place for tornadoes. We have high helicity. We have high CAPE. I'm throwing out meteorological words that are basically meaning there's a lot of instability and we could be having some potent thunderstorms over the course of the next few hours. This tornado watch is actually in place until 3 o'clock across the entire First Coast. Now I do want to talk about the broader view of things first here, and let's actually remind you, make sure you have that First Coast News app downloaded here. So if you can actually pull up that graphic, it's essential that you have a way to get those potentially life-saving information here with these storms, to get your latest alerts on the First Coast News app. Make sure you download it. You can also text the word app to 904-633-2402, and that's one way you can get all these notifications, track this storm minute by minute here on our radar. We actually have a fairly decent radar on it. I know I work for First Coast News, and I'm going to say that, but it is actually, I have the app, I use it with the radar, and plus those push notifications. For example, with this tornado watch, once it came out, I was first notified via our First Coast News app once it came on through. To Will, our producer up in the upstairs, do you want to show us some of these videos that is coming out? Okay, all right, well, we'll stand by. Just let me know when we have it, because we actually have some fairly incredible video from these storms further out towards the west. But while they are working on pulling that up here for us, remember this is not a planned show. We broke in here at 9 o'clock with a tornado warning, so we have the whole team here working together very hard to keep you guys posted here on this. So just bear with us. It's very kind of casual update here. All right, okay, let's go actually back to the video here. This is actually overnight. Those storms ripped through the south, and this knocked out or destroyed many homes, business, knocked out power for thousands. I mean, look at this, Illinois, Alabama, over there towards Missouri. NBC has reported a total of 34 people died so far from this storm overall. Now we're talking about overall, not one specific storm, but over the course of the last few days here, just this wide range of that deep area of low pressure. And you know what, these extreme weather conditions were forecasted here, and yeah, just ripping through Dixie Alley yesterday, the Midwest here on a Friday, and now all this continues to move over towards the East Coast. Over 100 million people being impacted by this entire storm system, not just here on the First Coast. Do we have this sound here? If not, just let me know. But the crew, oh, here we go. Yeah, my goodness. That is one of those tornadoes actually rolling right through there. These incredible images out of Mississippi where that, well, this possible tornado hasn't been confirmed by the National Weather Service just yet, but it is one of multiple in the town of Tyler. State officials saying a total of 6 people have died from that specific event there in Mississippi, and that was all part of these long track tornadoes. It was actually a high risk of tornadoes from this, issued the day prior, only the 3rd time in history the Storm Prediction Center has put out a high risk 24 hours in advance. The storm left a trail of destruction in their wake, like here. Is this the one in Mississippi? Like here in Mississippi, the National Weather Service indicated debris aloft from these tornadoes reached more than 17,000 feet into the air. That's more than 3 miles up. Think of those high-level cirrus clouds that extend well into the atmosphere. You see them, it goes wispy clouds. That's how far the debris was alofted during some of these. If we have that video, there we go. Meanwhile, wildfires burned across Oklahoma on the backside of this. That dry air spilled behind us, spurred on by strong winds, hit the state of Oklahoma. State officials are saying there are more than 130 fires, with the governor there saying that more than 170,000 acres, friends here, oh my, have burned. Almost 300 homes and structures were burned. Governor Kevin Stitt, excuse me, says there has been no fatalities, thankfully, in this specific event in those homes, but one person did lost their life in a vehicle accident due to heavy smoke. So no fatalities from the fires, but one person lost their life due to heavy smoke there. And also in the Midwest, at least 8 people have died in multiple crashes involving dozens of vehicles. This is actually fresh news into us, involving dozens of vehicles there during a windstorm that whipped up in Sherman County, Texas. More than 50 vehicles were involved in this crash on I-70, Interstate 70, that is, Saturday afternoon in northwestern Kansas. According to the Kansas Highway Patrol, 8 people were killed and multiple others were injured. The Highway Patrol did not release the exact numbers, but the weather front, that moved through the Midwest brought those high winds and created that dust storm, bringing zero visibility, resulting in those crashes there. And yeah, that's what happens when those winds do start to pick up out there, reduces visibility, and even broadside vehicles, which we can still see on the First Coast today, could see some shakiness driving over some of our higher level bridges. Can we take a live look at the Jacksonville International Airport delay tracker too? This is a live look. Almost every flight is on time at this time, but one flight to Atlanta was canceled and another to Nashville is delayed. Is that still correct? Am I reading that off right here? Yeah, it does look like that. One flight to Atlanta of Phoenix is delayed as well. Sorry guys, I'm just updating this here for you, so you have the latest information. So it looks like places where flights out of Jacksonville are going to be headed, those places are getting delays at this time, but I wouldn't be surprised just around lunchtime if we do start to see some delays here closer to the Jacksonville area. Also, Georgia is under a state of emergency as extreme weather bears down, of course, across the state. We're seeing tornado warnings already this morning. This was issued yesterday. Governor Brian Kemp citing enhanced risk for these storms. Of course, in tornadoes in the north and western part of the state. We already seen that last night and this morning, as the state is going to remain in that state of emergency through Tuesday. Now, one more time here, the power outages already hitting north and western Georgia, and it does look like right there just west of Waycross, closer to Valdosta, some power outages as well in place currently at this time. That probably from that tornado warning cell we just seen move through that area as well. Also, actually, you can see kind of that line of where we have seen a few power outages due to these tornado warning cells that already pushed on through. So that just shows, may not be a tornado, but it is some strong winds associated with that. And all this, remember, is continuing to track off towards the east. So big thank you for everybody behind the scenes who just put that together kind of on the fly. And if we get any more information, any more videos or anything, please just let me know in my ear here for everybody upstairs. Try to get that on screen here for you if anything new comes in as well. If you guys are watching and you want to share some photos to our First Coast News Weather Watchers Facebook page or on our First Coast News app at the Near Me function, just about what's happening in your neighborhood. I am going to take a few moments right now to answer some of your questions here. I see specifically on our First Coast News Facebook page, as well as on our YouTube, a lot of you are chiming in at this time. So I'm going to try my best. So first off, starting with Kara, I hope I answered some of your questions when I did the walkthrough about timing right now. For example, Frederick did just jump in, and I do believe he actually texted me a few minutes ago, and I apologize I did not get back to you, but he jumped on here and he said, will it be safe to travel from Jackson between Jax to Gainesville by noon to 5 p.m. And unfortunately, that will be about the time those storms are going to be moving on through between Jacksonville and Gainesville. In fact, I'll pull up the high resolution guidance here for you. And yeah, see right there, that's about 1 o'clock. and then here's about 2 o'clock. So that's basically the entire line between Jacksonville and Gainesville. You'd be driving in and out of the storms. If you are on the highway, take your time, slow down. If you are in some of these heavier rainfall bands, make sure you stay weather aware. If there is a tornado warning and you are on the highway, I would highly advise pull over, just find a safe place to hunker down until that storm passes. So hopefully that does help you out. Jeannie says, what about Baker County? Good question there, friend. So Baker County, I would say by 12 to 1 o'clock as these lines push on through. There is still the potential, as you see right here with our high resolution guidance for maybe some supercell development. So Baker County, higher chance is going to be more of straight line winds than tornadoes based on everything I see right now, but that cannot be completely ruled out. In fact, I'm going to try to pull up our county by county right here. Here we go. 1 second. There we go. Baker County. Yeah, so isolated severe and strong winds. This kind of gives you a good idea from Columbia all the way out towards Baker County. The south still off towards your west, but it'll be closer to about lunchtime when they do start to kind of make their way into your neck of the woods, with high winds being kind of the main threat, of course, some lightning as well. So make sure you're still watching that. I would give it about another 2 hours before it nears your specific area there, Jeannie. David says, look at the radar. Yes, I'm getting to that, friend. We're going to bounce around here. We got a lot to talk about here, and I will go back and forth to the radar here, so I'll get back to that. But once again, I do want to stress our First Coast News app. If you don't have it downloaded, please download it, get the latest information by just clicking on the radar button, and you can track the radar at home. We'll be here trying to break everything down for you, kind of on the severe weather threat, and explain when stuff is going to arrive and the exact impacts. But if you just want to look at the radar, we're also streaming separately from this on our weather stream, but also on our app. So real quick, I'll look at the radar here for you. Specifically asked here. And yeah, we do have that severe thunderstorm warning that is in place for another half an hour here into Clinch and Eccles, just towards the northwest of Fargo, towards the south of Homerville. And all this is actually headed out towards the Waycross area. The leading edge of this line is moving about 45 miles per hour, so we can time this out. Entering Waycross around 10:19 a.m. With this, a lot of lightning. We're seeing about 100 strikes every 10 minutes. A lot of positive strikes, so plenty of that getting kicked off with this too. Lightning is probably the big issue with that one, but it is going to have that potential of some stronger winds, especially if this continues to remain strong, and it might pick up some moisture over the Okefenokee there. Meanwhile, back towards our west, since we're taking a look at radar, there is another cell coming on shore that I wouldn't be surprised if this thing holds together, if it holds that energy coming out of the Gulf, that could actually carry over towards Lake City, specifically Lake City around 11 a.m. based on this timing for that next cell. Remember, these are not quite linear. They're actually kind of holding together. You can are holding kind of more of a rounded structure versus a line structure. That indicates that there is a high shear environment, and we still could have that potential for some rotation within this. Let me see if there's any. So tornado watch, by the way, does continue until 3 p.m. This afternoon as well. So yeah, we continue to track these severe thunderstorms, but the ingredients are in place still for that potential for tornadoes. And yeah, you can see even these cells down here towards our south and west. In fact, I'm going to just loop this real quick. You see kind of where they're headed, and all that is shifting towards the north and east, of course, closer to the Jacksonville area. While I'm looping that, I'm going to try my best to go back and answer a few more of your questions, kind of catch up here. What do you say, this is a really good question, Deborah, thank you very much. What do you say Duval needs to do for this storm? Well, number one thing, and you're already ahead of the game here, Deborah, is be weather aware. Make sure as we go ahead to about 1, 2 o'clock, you know that those storms are coming. You're not caught outside. If you're inside and you know you don't have anything laying around in your yard that can easily be tossed about or anything like that, have your phones charged. That's probably another one, just in case the power goes out. JAA actually stopped by Good Morning Jacksonville this morning because they were concerned about some power outages, maybe down tree limbs and things like that. I don't expect damage or super damage to homes and stuff outside of maybe the isolated tornado, but yeah, just make sure if you are in Duval, you are staying weather aware. You're picking up things, and you're not just caught outside in these storms. The players is my chief concern today, but they actually have meteorologists and staff on site, and they're tracking this very closely. If you're heading to the players, be weather aware, and especially be aware if you're going to leave the players once those storms hit. There's going to be thousands of cars trying to get on the road onto the shuttles all at the same time as these storms blow overhead just after lunchtime. So very good question, Deborah. Thank you very much for asking that. How about Mike says in Clay County and Pierce County. So basically, I just showed that county by county a few moments ago here. If you missed it, I'll show it again here in a few moments. Just to kind of answer that for you. But remember, all of these are shifting towards the north and east. There is that potential for some severe thunderstorms for pretty much everybody. So, for example, Clay County is probably going to be a little bit later in the day. Okay, so I would say give it, not right now, probably closer to about 12, 1 o'clock Clay County. Closer to lunchtime. So you got some time. If you need to go do something, you need to run to the store or something, if you're out there, you still got a little bit of time. Back further towards the north into Pierce, we're talking about Ware County, most of southeastern areas of Georgia. We do have a line kind of kicking on through right now. I think this is going to pass just north of Pierce, but we are going to be looking at this move right through Ware County right now. And it doesn't look like they're actually carrying that severe thunderstorm warning off towards the north and east, which is some good news. I'm just going to continue to monitor this other one coming in out of the Big Bend area as that shifts off there. Suwannee County, Clara asked, you know what, Suwannee is kind of my bigger concern with this next line. That was a really good question, Sarah. If you're out there in Live Oak or Townsend, you kind of see this heading off in your direction. This does have a lot of lightning on it. I don't see rotation at this time, but I'm curious, is there hail getting kicked out? Because there is a chance of hail today. I know in Florida, we don't see it often, but there is that chance of some hail here as well. Let me try to see. Let's see if there's any shear indicated on it. No. Maybe no hail at this moment too, so that's good. But point is, yeah, if you're out there in Suwannee County, that is all kind of headed into your direction. It's kind of headed in your direction. St. John's going to be, Donna, St. John's will be a little bit later in the day, probably at about 1, maybe probably closer to 2, 3 o'clock, and hopefully this whole line starts to back off just a little bit there. Here on YouTube, I'm going to try to get through some of your questions because there's a lot of people talking here, and I do appreciate everybody chiming in, asking some of these questions here as well. I did see some people talking about Middleburg and Jacksonville. Keystone is in the zone. In fact, yeah, I mean, that next line kind of coming in from the south and west that I mentioned should be arriving about another hour or so for the Keystone area. So that's going to be kind of heading off into your location as well here. And Kevin just said, just tuned in, what do we expect here in Duval County? And you know what? I got a lot of questions here right now, so what I'm going to do is pull up the time frame. We're going to go county by county, and then we're going to start to take a closer look at some of these specific storms for you here as well. As always, so if you have questions, I may not get to them all. It does seem like we have a lot of engagement right now. I do appreciate you guys chiming in and talking, but hopefully if you watch, I will answer your question eventually here, because I'm going to try to keep coming back to the county by counties. I'm talking really slow because I'm trying to save my voice though, because we got a lot to talk about. This is a marathon, not a sprint here with these storms as these just start to enter our area. All right, so here's a look at Ware, Brantley, and Pierce, 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. We already had the tornado warning issued there in Ware County, just northwest of Waycross. We actually jumped in about an hour ago on NBC and ABC. We're tracking those storms. Meanwhile, further off towards the east, now I got to redefine these times because it definitely has been pushed back. The storms are not in the Folkestone area right now. So this will probably be closer to 11 to 1 o'clock at this time. And it's all that kind of shifts off towards the east. Meanwhile, just one second, I think I got another severe warning. All right, now. Okay, meanwhile, further towards the south, I just had a question on Union Bradford, so Keystone there, 10 to 1. So right about now, but yeah, you know what, this line is slowing down, so I would say closer to 11 to 1, starting from Lake City and then shifting off towards the east there. And then, of course, into Duval. Everybody wants to know about us here. I got to change this time too. All these times I need to go through and kind of edit up here, but it's hard to do on the fly. But that's why we have a range of time versus exact time, because as we see this develop, this line kind of breaking apart a bit here, and we're looking at more moisture coming in from the south and west. Has pushed everything back just a bit, so I would say closer to 1 to 3 o'clock if you want to twist my arm and get an exact time closer to Duval. And then after 12, probably closer to about 2 to 4 for Clay and Putnam County, and the same thing over towards St. John's and Flagler. All areas are still looking at the chance of severe storms, more likely strong, but strong is not a joke either. 40 to 50 mile per hour winds can definitely toss things around, but also there is that chance still of rotation and a brief spin up. Tornado cannot be ruled out. So let's take a closer look at our severe thunderstorm warning, which has been continued out here. Now cruising off towards our north and east, Clinch and Eccles, but now this one's actually looking like Waycross. You're going to be the next round here. So Waycross kind of dodged that one that was tornado warned here a few minutes ago. But you're going to be kind of brought into this here, arriving in about a half an hour if these are still moving towards north and east at about 45 miles per hour. Take a look at radar. Yeah, I don't see anything rotating at this time, but what I want to do is take a query of the winds, and it's going to pop up in the top left of my screen there. There you go, 35 mile per hour winds. Kind of in the highest spots. I'm seeing some spots about 40. So this specific cell is putting up towards probably about 40 to 50 mile per hour winds, I would guess. There's probably some higher spots mixed in there. Good news, the specific area is, you know, relatively rural, but everybody counts, right? And that's what we're here for, and that's why we stream this. It may not be in Jacksonville right now, but we're going to do our best to keep everybody posted. In fact, while we're watching this radar, what I'm going to try is to pull up a camera in one of these spots here as it pushes off there towards the north and east here. Just let's see what we have available. We have a camera out of Stockton. The stream's not available. Let's see what we got around Waycross, and maybe I can just get that going. I got a nice little camera downtown Waycross, and just so you guys have something to see, so I'm going to keep an eye on this one. Over the course of the next about a half an hour, we'll continue to jump back in it. Looks like I was actually live at this specific spot here about 2 months ago now when we had that snowstorm that moved on through. It brought a couple inches out there into Waycross. So yeah, there's a look at that right now. We'll probably come back to it. If we have any traffic accidents, especially out west, please let me know too. We're going to continue to watch for that on top of everything else happening. Meanwhile, back towards South Stockton, our camera's not working out of there, but Statenville, oh, that one just looks at the ground. Sure, yeah. So, oh my goodness. So what's going on here, friends? Oh, okay, we got it up here and there. All right, thank you. So that's a live look at I-10 westbound. Emergency crews are on scene of a crash there at the mile marker 247. That's about halfway between Lake City and Tallahassee, where it does appear a car has flipped over right there. They got a wrecker on site, a police cruiser right there, and looks like it's definitely down to one lane there as traffic's trying to get around that as well. I'm going to go back to radar here and kind of loop back, and let's see. So about halfway between Tallahassee and Lake City, where, you know, so this is probably right around the Live Oak, Madison area. And if you were on with us just about, we've been watching storms run over that specific area, in fact. And that line that's just approaching Waycross right now, in fact, did move over that specific area. I'm not saying that's what exactly caused that accident, but it definitely is a possibility given the fact that we are seeing those high winds and those storms, and that was severe warned as it pushed over that area as well. Which goes back to what I said a few moments ago. Frederick asked, can I drive from Jax to Gainesville? And very smart to ask ahead of time about some of these. But yeah, if you do find yourself or you have to go somewhere, make sure you slow down on the roads, not only for you, but watch other cars. Make sure that they are, be that defensive driver, especially on a day like today out here as we continue to watch these storms move off towards our east. Keeping an eye on this one right there, just now approaching Mayo. That's kicking out a lot of lightning, but closer into the First Coast, just on the western edges of the Okefenokee into Waycross. Also watching this starting to near our area too, just around Homerville, south of Manor, that severe thunderstorm warning that's in place. And I'll just read off the details of this, and then I'll get back to answering some of your questions. Of course, giving the broader view of everything happening out here. This has 60-mile-per-hour winds, by the way. 56 is the minimum threshold for a severe thunderstorm warning. That's 50 knots. Or excuse me, that's our severe thunderstorm, and it's moving towards the northeast at 40 miles per hour. And don't forget this area in yellow on the whole picture here. That is our current tornado watch that is in place until 3 o'clock this afternoon. Closer to Jacksonville, by the way. You know what? It's breezy out there. It's windy. I've been looking at the beach cameras, in fact, and this is a good example of why I say it's fairly windy. Of course, we have the wind reports. Here's our current gust, upwards of 33 there at NAS Jax. But if we look out at Neptune Beach, for example, you can see the flag just blowing right there in the wind. Got some people walking out, but I mean, not a good beach day. Yeah, it's fairly warm, but that sand is going to be blowing around, kind of acting like a sand blaster on your legs. So it will not feel comfortable at all here. I'm going to go back and answer a couple more questions. Back to Kelly says, thank you from Orange Park, and thank you very much. We have a John Joseph Lee. I'm just going to give you a shout out, friend. I'm not going to give your specific forecast, but he says he's from South Africa. And you know what? That's a cool thing about our live streams, is that people can watch from all over the world, not just here on the First Coast. So thank you very much for taking interest here in Jacksonville and on the First Coast. And hopefully, you know, you can see how we do our weather forecast here in the United States. Take a look at some of your YouTube comments. Somebody did say they are on the North Carolina coast and they're getting zero info on what's going to be coming their way. Martha York, that is. I would highly recommend looking up some of your local TV stations out there in North Carolina. Raleigh-Durham it probably is a good one. Just any of those spots, and they're probably going to have some information at the very least on their websites available to you. But if not, check out the National Weather Service. They're, of course, always posting and working hard across the country over the last few days, and my goodness, they have been busy. Do remember, this storm has been bringing impacts, not only, of course, here on the First Coast, where we have several severe thunderstorm warnings in place right now, but, I mean, you look back towards the north across the Carolinas right here. There's Raleigh, as I just mentioned. Charlotte starting to get it. Columbia actually had a tornado warning just south of them not too long ago. And then we pull back to the broader picture. There's actually some fairly heavy snowfall in places of northern Michigan back towards Chicago too. I mean, this is a broad, deep storm system that has just had this large range of impacts over the course of not only the last 24 hours, but the last several days, all the way back towards Friday when this started out here across the Midwest. So hopefully that helps answer your question. Jax904, great YouTube handle, by the way, says, I'm on the west side near Cecil. Should I be worried? I'm not saying you should be worried, just be prepared. That's the key thing. Our goal is to make sure you're not worried. So you're here, you're getting weather information, you're making the right step as well, which I digress, but I am going to take you a moment here and just kind of, since you are getting the weather information, and I see it just popped up on my teleprompter here, just a reminder to make sure it is essential to have a way to get that potential life-saving information if you are here on the First Coast or anywhere around the country. This will work for you. During these severe weather events, to get that latest information though, get those alerts free, please download the First Coast News app. Of course, I have to say, download it. I work here, but I use this app. It's a good one. 904-633-2402. That's a phone number. Remember that. You can text app to that phone number, and you can get instructions on how to download this. And yeah, there's plenty of stuff. You know what I do? I do a lot of science stories on that too, so if you want to check them out, if you're interested in something different. Do you want to throw up, maybe let's throw up this video we got next here, if we have it available, just to kind of give people a broader view, because I was just talking about everything that's happened out west, and then we can come back and kind of get a good look at this next storm that we're continuing to track here, heading towards Waycross. But this was overnight, where the storms ripped through the south, destroying homes, businesses all across this area. As of this time, the storms we're seeing today are not nearly as severe as yesterday, but overall, 34 people have died from these storms, which is why we're streaming live, we're talking with you here, and we're taking this rather seriously. It may not be as potent as out west, but this has already been a deadly, deadly storm system. You can see here in Alabama, Missouri, over towards Illinois as well. Extreme weather conditions were also forecasted here to the Illinois area across the Midwest, and now it's all shifting off towards the east, where more than 100 million people overall have been impacted by these storms. Let's show this one of the tornado as well, if you have that queued up.
Look at that. Oh, man. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh.
Yeah, that is a tornado, or a possible tornado. The National Weather Service hasn't confirmed yet, but either way, that's a severe storm there in Mississippi, where we had multiple tornadoes last night. This one out of Tylertown. State officials have said 6 people have died in that state from these storms too. I mean, this is what we're looking at, and this is why we're taking this seriously and tracking these today. Let's come back to the radar, and we'll show some more video here in just a few minutes, if that's all right, unless you want me to continue through here. But yeah, just south of Homerville. And I do want to mention, we're still watching this next line. Look at all the lightning coming out of this. In fact, let's take a look at what the National Weather Service is saying at this time, and kind of give you a good idea of when these storms, and I see your guys' questions, so I'll get to some of those in just a second, because there's some good questions coming through as well. But yeah, there's still that severe thunderstorm warning south of Waycross has been led to expire. So at least at this time, nowhere on the First Coast do we have a severe thunderstorm warning in place, but this one now approaching Mayo, just on the western edge, so Suwannee County is going to be in it soon. I did see somebody was watching from Suwannee County. You're going to get that severe thunderstorm here moving on in. And boy, this one is packing pretty decent punch. I mean, this is going to have winds over 60 miles per hour within it, but also look at the lightning. I'm just going to scroll over it. 220 lightning strikes in the course of the last 15 minutes. A lot of positive strikes too. There's positive and there's negative strikes. The positive it's just a lot more power. Those are the ones when you hear it, it's like that loud resounding boom. And it kind of rumbles for a minute. That's more often than not a positive strike. Just a louder, more potent thing, and it's kind of interesting when you take a look at both of these here. But remember, this is all shifting towards the north and east. That severe thunderstorm warning in place. Okay, so that one expired. Yeah, this severe thunderstorm warning still in place until heading into Suwannee County. That one is in place until 10:45 a.m. But I wouldn't be surprised if that extends into Suwannee and maybe the western side of Columbia County here. I'm actually going to pull up the, ooh, that's interesting. So, yeah, there might be a little rotation in there, and just some outflow more than likely kind of pushing out with this, but it's definitely, I get some of those reds and greens. All right, next to each other, and the radar loop is coming in from that way. So that tells me there might be something right about in there, in the center of that. We're going to watch that and see what happens. It is outside the First Coast DMA, so we wouldn't be breaking in to live TV for everybody upstairs, but definitely would be tracking that here during our live stream, which a lot of you are chiming in on. So yeah, we're going to watch that one as it moves off towards the north and east there. Still a severe thunderstorm warning in place. Answer a couple of questions. Middleburg, you said 2 to 4 change clay. Yep, that's what I said there, Olivia. Probably a little bit later. I would say for Middleburg, about 2 o'clock. You're probably going to get some of these storms working their way across. Might be a little earlier. I would say 1. I'm bouncing around the times because I'm trying to adjust on the fly here with you guys, taking a look at this because overall this whole cell, all these cells are moving off towards the north and east. We also have these cells coming in. That's why we leave kind of a big threshold. Now, as they get closer to the first coast, I'm going to nail that down minute by minute. But right now, we're still a couple hours out, so I'm going to leave a kind of a threshold here because we got some cells kind of kicking just north of Clay County, north of Lake City here, this next one. But then if you look at the broader picture and look back towards the south and west, we got this whole other line that's coming in behind that and off towards the north and east. So that's just meteorology. I'm sorry. And you know what? Our model guidance is kind of almost at this point putridly handling these storms. Yeah, I mean, you can see here, it's saying right now there's storms over Jacksonville, which is not the case. We're not seeing that over Jacksonville right now. Everything's out towards the west. So our guidance is, so I'm old schooling it here right now, and I'm not really relying on the models, which is why we have degrees. Most meteorologists on TV are not just weather casters, you know, we're not just weather boys and girls. We're degreed meteorologists. We study the calculus and everything. And you can see there's nothing over Jacksonville, so our models are not handling it really well. And this is what's going to differ us from your phone. Your standard weather app on your phone is probably going to look at those models and say it's currently raining at this time. So yeah, just something to keep in mind. So I'm going to try my best to nail some of this down for you. Tornadoes in Pierce County, see Madison says, yeah, there is that threat, especially with these large cells, and you can see there on the screen behind me that are kicking off towards north and east. Nothing right now, but that threat is going to continue. There's a tornado watch for the entire first coast. So if you are on the first coast, there is a tornado watch, which means there's a possibility. I'm not going to say a tornado is going to hit your house, because we don't have any tornado warnings out there right now. We have to see how the environment kind of spins up there, but very good question. How's St. Augustine looking for the bad stuff? Probably later, early afternoon, 2 to 4 for St. Augustine, but here's the deal. I do believe by the time it kind of gets further out that way, these should start to taper off a bit. We're going to keep an eye on it. If things heat up over St. Augustine or heat up over St. John's and Flagler County, and if you get above 80 degrees, that's kind of my magic number, we could be looking at some extra instability and heating into later morning. So Susan, hopefully that does answer your question too. Somebody said the projected wind strength. There's a lot to unpack with that question. What do you mean? With these severe thunderstorm warnings right now, they're about 60 miles per hour, but we also currently at this time have winds all across the first coast at about 30 miles per hour, and that is the low-level jet blowing in from the south. Actually, I just had it on the screen there. That is a low-level jet blowing in from the south and mixing down towards the surface here, and we're seeing some of those gustier conditions kind of pick up. So hopefully that answers some of your questions there as well. Got a lot of hopes and prayers from everybody. Thank you very much for chiming in. Key thing, that's great, but if you do know anybody that was impacted by these storms, make sure you kind of reach out and help out there. Yeah, somebody said, Turgan said, just a bunch of fast-moving clouds there in Jax. LOL. Yeah, that's right. A lot of fast-moving clouds in Jax right now. And you see my wind speed. This is at the surface. A lot of those clouds are about 1,000 feet up. The higher up you go, the higher the wind's going to be because this is just a low-level jet kind of mixing down towards the surface. In fact, you know what I want to do is I'm going to pull up our we're going to go back to the Jax Beach camera, but I'm going to pull up our camera from Anders real quick for you. I can get this live on the screen for you. And kind of give you a good broader look around Jacksonville here. See what we're looking at. So I'll pull back the picture and maybe kind of see some of these clouds out there for you. It is bouncing a little bit. It's kind of hard to see the clouds with this specific image. Maybe I can bounce over towards the downtown. Oh, there we go. I got to get away from that satellite dish and then look up, and there you go. So if we just kind of put this on the full screen, there you go. I mean, this is what, if you're in Jax right now, those clouds are whipping in from the south off towards the north. It is a solid, that's the low-level jet I'm talking about. But you see what happens is we get the daytime heating and we kind of get a little convection mixed in there. And some of those winds that are kicking in with those clouds that are feeding up our storms towards the north, they can mix down towards the surface. Think of turbulent white water, you know, the waves kind of coming up and down in a river and stuff like that. So that's kind of more or less what's happening here with us. And those low-level jet, those winds, they kick on in, and some of that gets mixed down to the surface. You can see our camera kind of wobbling because this is on top of a big old tower. So the winds are higher, a little bit higher up there into the atmosphere. And we just even look a little bit further towards the east. I'm going to scroll this around, and we're going to kind of look out towards, how about there's towards the north, towards Jack's Beach. So the clouds should be coming in from the left to the right of the screen here, unless I got it backwards in my head, just moving along at a fairly fast pace. And then it goes back to what I was just talking about with your wind gust here. All of this mixing down towards the surface. So a lot to unpack with that as well. Okay, so I'm going to get back to some of the video here of that storm damage. Is that okay for our producer Will up in the booth there? All right, cool. So let's can we talk about this? Okay, we're going to do the fires right now. This was out in Oklahoma Saturday, spurred on by those strong winds. Now, remember, these fires were on the back side of this broader storm. Remember, the storm encompasses the entire United States. My goodness, it brought all this messy weather out west. Well, on the back side of it, we're getting a lot of dry, cool air that's spilling in. We're more than 130 fires were reported. Actually, the governor is saying that over 170,000 acres have been burnt there. Almost 300 homes or structures were burned as well. Governor Kevin Stitt, that is, says there has been no fatalities in homes, but one person lost their life in a vehicle accident in heavy smoke, likely due to, you know, reduced visibility there. Do we still have that DOT camera at Live Oak? I see that's the next one. On the screen here. What are we showing right now? Oh, this is the axe. I got to find it on the prompter. I do know this was an accident here there in Kansas due to the high winds. At least 8 people actually died in crashes across that area involving vehicles on Saturday during these windstorms that were whipped up there in Sherman County, Kansas, where more than 50 vehicles were involved in that crash on I-70 Saturday afternoon in northwestern Kansas, according to the Highway Patrol. Also, 8 people were killed and multiple others were injured due to the Highway Patrol reporting there. All right, let's go over a little bit closer to home and talk about traffic as well. This is Live Oak. A live look, nice shot there. It looks like that is over the Suwannee River, I believe. And yeah, you can see those clouds kind of just whipping on through. You got a little rain on the front of the camera there. It's just a little live look at, you know, out towards Suwannee County. Some people were asking about that. We are tracking that next round of storms, in fact, starting to near that specific area. And that's severe thunderstorm warning in place right now out towards areas just southwest of Suwannee County, and it looks just now approaching Mayo there. So if you're in Live Oak where this video is coming out of, I would give it the leading edge of this storm, which probably it may have some severe conditions within it, but it looks like it's kind of weakening just a bit. But that would push over where this camera is at 10:39, so about a half an hour from now. So if you're out here in Live Oak, just something to keep in mind. This severe thunderstorm warning in place towards your south and west, shifting off towards the east. And I think the fringes of this are also going to roll over the Lake City area as well. So that's just something I want you to keep in mind if you are out across that area too. Just going to catch up on some of your comments here. Here too. Somebody else asking about Callahan and Willaca as well. You know, Willaca and down towards Putnam County, you're going to be a little bit later on the day. You're definitely an early afternoon issue. Right now we're more concentrating on Suwannee, Columbia, and a good portion of southeast Georgia around Waycross, actually seeing storms kind of near you. But Putnam County, St. Johns County, Clay County, early afternoon. Duval, probably closer to about lunchtime. All these are still out west. I would say 1 to 3, it looks more so now to Duval. Times have been kind of shifting back here due to the slow nature of these storm systems. But still, you know, we're going to continue to track it for you here. So yeah, thanks for everybody asking these questions. I'm trying my best to get to them, and at the same time, continue to give you guys information about what's going on out here. All right, so let's pull back this picture. And just a reminder, we have this tornado watch that's in place across the entire First Coast. That is until 3 o'clock. And that's why we're on here. We have a weather impact alert, and I'm going to show our wind graphic right here for you. This is a weather impact alert. So we issue these to let you know there's inconvenience, and sometimes it's cold, sometimes it's hot. Today it is that widespread rainfall, but also that chance of some severe storms, especially since it's a Sunday. A lot of people are going to be out and about. A lot of people have stuff to do. We have the players going on, which already has been changed. The tee times have been moved up. If you plan on watching coverage of the players, by the way, on what channel is players on? Is it NBC? Yeah, NBC 12. If you plan on watching that, don't forget that our coverage is starting at 12 now. So it's been moved up an hour because of the chance of these storms moving on through. They want to try to get everything done as quickly as possible. And good news for them, if this whole cell and this whole line of storms kind of slows, they might get a good portion done. They've grouped more people up to try to funnel everybody through the entire course a little bit faster on top of that. So yeah, if you're going to be heading out to the players, just keep that in mind. Everything's moved upwards if you plan on watching it from home. My point is, and I digress, there is that weather impact alert in place due to that chance of severe thunderstorms. Not to mention across the entire First Coast here today, we've already seen it out west. There's still this tornado threat. This is actually from the National Weather Service, or excuse me, the Storm Prediction Center, all encompassed under the NOAA umbrella. Some very smart people out there in Oklahoma. They put this out every day. Very rare do we get anything more than 5% of a tornado risk outside of hurricanes. Here on the First Coast. For a spring storm setup, it's actually fairly high. 5%, I mean, if you said you have a 5% chance of winning something, most people probably wouldn't take that bet. But if you have a 5% chance of getting in a car crash today, I would stay off the road. So yeah, there is that chance, 5% of somewhere in this area of getting a tornado, just because the conditions are in place. I'll just let me get on this because I've been talking for an hour and a half now, so I'll science you a little bit. Let's put this on the full screen if you don't mind, and I'll just walk over here real quick. So this is what we call a hodograph, a skew T and a hodograph, and this was actually from North Georgia this morning. And when I talk about the environment being capable of producing severe weather, right here kind of indicates a lot of instability, cooler temperatures aloft, but it's more or less this guy right behind me here. So this indicates when they launched the weather balloon from the National Weather Service, they got those balloons, they go up. The wind, this went to the north, and then the wind shifted through the atmosphere and kicked it off towards the east, and then kicked it towards the south. Just had Jasmine come in. Thank you very much, Jasmine. Jasmine Monroe is behind the camera here. That's who I give the thumbs up to. She's coming in and checking on me. Thank you, Jasmine, for jumping in here and making sure my voice is good. Yeah, so anyways, I digress. Yeah, so that rotation in the atmosphere, the balloon kind of doing that is an indicator of shear aloft. And if you get that shear and that rotation, we could be looking at that chance of the spinning in the atmosphere, and of course the end result of spinning in the atmosphere may be as a tornadic storm. So a little bit of science there, and why we say the ingredients are in place, on top of the fact that there is severe weather out here today, on top of the fact we have a strong jet stream, on top of the fact those winds are coming in fairly strong from the south, kind of fueling this up. And even on the satellite imagery here, you can kind of see that V-notch with the entire cloud cover, that low-level jet pumping into the storm and giving it a little bit of fuel. Now, good news, if we come back down to the lower levels at this time, we're not seeing widespread tornado. This time yesterday, Mississippi and Alabama were in the thick of it. We do have some severe storms, though. We do have this severe thunderstorm now passing over Mayo, approaching Lake City. We also have another one just outside of Waycross that is approaching out towards that area too. That one is not severe warmed right now, but it is it's still putting out a pretty decent amount of lightning. I'm just reading some chatter here from the National Weather Service. They're saying, they are watching that one out by Mayo there as it kicks off towards the north and east. And speaking of, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up, there's a good camera. Let's see if I got a couple maybe some cameras showing. Go back to that shot out by Suwannee. So this is right where that severe storm is approaching right now. And yeah, you actually can see the clouds coming in from the east there. It's a lot of that scud, multiple layers in the cloud cover there as well. That is just kind of the leading edge of that storm approaching Suwannee County, the Live Oak area. It's going to be starting to near you here in just the next few minutes. Actually, that for where this specific camera is, it looks like it might just pass towards the south. And then, of course, we're going to talk about Live Oak. This is coming right out. This camera shot, it's going to come right out of Live Oak where this is all approaching you too. And that should be nearing you in the next few minutes as well. Let's see if that pops up. There you go. So if you look outside, this is kind of the conditions starting to go down there hill for that specific area. Sorry, Jasmine?
Make sure everything is okay as we are taking a look at the maps. I know you've been talking straight for quite some time, so we just want to give you a breather. But
yeah, Jasmine, if you don't mind, we've been kind of covering and looking at the broader scope of things with everything happening around the country. Once you're comfortable, if you don't mind walking everybody through the broader scope of this storm system here.
Absolutely.
And some of the impacts, and I'm going to take a moment probably to go for a nice little a nice walk and get a couple drinks here for a moment. Probably about like a 5-minute break. Yeah, so she's just kind of getting everything together there. Once again, we are on FCN Plus right now, friends, and we're streaming on our social media platforms as well. So if you have questions, please let me know. I'm going to try my best to answer them. So somebody actually just said, Wanda, actually speaking of questions and asking them 4 minutes ago, Wanda chimed in here and said, how bad is Waycross going to be? Well, Waycross, you just had a tornado warning about an hour and a half ago, passed just towards your north and west. Now I am watching this cell, some pretty decent lightning actually approaching the Hoboken area. Just towards the south of Waycross. This is no longer severe, but it's also not wanting to be outside for a hike type of weather. It is kicking off some decent lightning. In fact, I do believe I have a camera out of Nahunta. I probably can give you a good look at what it looks like out in that specific area too. Not Nahunta. I do have a camera out in Nahunta, but I do have one in Hoboken. Just towards the west. I love the names of the towns there along 82. They all have just these fantastic names. But let me see if I can put that on the screen real quick. This is out of Hoboken. Yeah, I mean, that's what it looks like right now. You kind of see the trees on the side of the screen there kind of blowing a little bit into the wind. It is not tornadic, it's not severe, but it is heavy rainfall with some lightning kind of kicking off out of this. But remember, you know, we say this is not right now. If you look at the broader picture, we do have that tornado watch that is still in place throughout the rest of this morning into the afternoon. And we still have that severe thunderstorm warning now approaching Live Oak just towards the south and west of Lake City. Good news, that one seems like it's kind of lessening its height as well, kind of falling apart. But then you see all this line working its way in from the south and west. So we still have plenty to kind of look at here. The good news, I'm not seeing things get crazy at the moment, but that instability and those potential for stronger storms is definitely continues to be in play, which is why we have that weather impact alert. Once again, we are here, myself, Jasmine just sat down with me, meteorologist Ross Moonma is going to be in here in just a bit, meteorologist Lee Southwick. This is a marathon. This is not a sprint at this point, right, Jasmine?
Robert, yeah, that's right. So basically what just happened is I had to take my sister to the airport, just taking a look out on the roads. Very windy going across the bridge. The Dames Point Bridge, to be specific, was very, very windy going across it. I felt the rocking. You always typically do feel that bridge rocking for the most part, but it's definitely something you want to pay attention to. The airport jam-packed. Bumper to bumper when you're getting out to the airport, so you definitely want to plan ahead. We do notice that there was a cancellation and a delay of a flight. My sister personally's flight was delayed until today and actually was pushed up, so check on all of those. As you can see, taking a live look at the Dames Point Bridge. Not a lot of traffic right now, but very windy to start off your Sunday morning. A lot of folks headed out to church or heading home from church too as well. I see a lot of services pushed to make sure their services were online a little bit more, telling their congregation that they didn't have to come in today due to the high winds and severe weather. So these are some of the things that we've been talking about throughout the morning and making sure you're safe. So it of course is essential that you have a way to get potentially life-saving information during severe weather. Get the latest alerts on our free First Coast News app. Download it for free. Text the word app to 904-633-2402. ABC and NBC reporting 34 people have already been killed by the storms. The latest tally from ABC News is 40 reported tornadoes, close to 289,000 without power from Michigan to Georgia. And in Georgia, around 100,000 were without power overnight. Now that number down less than 30,000 right now. So that's the good news. The linemen have been working around the clock. I know we got a chance to speak to JEA earlier this morning. We got a chance to speak to Karen McLinn. I think that's her last name. We got a chance to talk to her about some of the things that you should do in order to prepare yourself for storms like this. So, you know, right now here in the Duval County area, as we're prepping for the storm to come to us, if you see any limbs or trash cans out, if you see any loose tree limbs, you definitely want to cut those down as fast as possible. Any loose branches, anything around the house, toys, furniture outside on the porch or the deck, you definitely want to bring that in. Those are the things that you can do in order to prepare, because those things become a missile in those heavy winds when that storm comes your way. So overnight, the storm ripped through the south, destroying many homes and knocking out power to tens of thousands. NBC reported a total of 34 people have died from the storm so far. Extreme weather conditions were forecasted from Mississippi Delta up to Illinois and from Midwest to the East Coast, an area home to more than 100 million people.
Look at that. Oh, man. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh.
Well, that's incredible video images out of Mississippi. A possible tornado seen here. One of the multiple in the town of Tylertown. State officials saying a total of 6 people have already died in the state in total. So the storms left a trail of destruction in the wake. Like here in Mississippi, the National Weather Service indicated the debris loft of one of the tornadoes reached more than 17,000 feet within the air. That's more than 3 miles up. Right? So meanwhile, wildfires burned across Oklahoma on Saturday, spurred on by the strong winds that hit the state in that area. State officials there saying that there are more than 130 fires, with the governor saying more than 170,000 acres have already burned. Almost 300 homes or structures were already burned too as well. Governor Kevin Stitt says that there have been no fatalities as of right now in the homes, but one person did lose their life in a vehicle accident in home smoke. Also in the Midwest, at least 8 people have died in multiple crashes involving dozens of vehicles Saturday during a windstorm that whipped up dust in Sherman County, Kansas. More than 50 vehicles were involved in these crashes on Interstate 70 and Saturday afternoon in northwestern Kansas. Now, according to Kansas Highway Patrol, 8 people were already killed and multiple others were injured. The Highway Patrol did not release exact numbers. The weather front from that moved through the Midwest, but high winds and created a dust storm, bringing zero visibility and resulting in several crashes. And we are taking a live look right now at the International Airport Delay Tracker, and most every flight right now is on time, as we can take a look at your screen, but we are seeing some delays. Like I was saying earlier today, most of those flights north areas like Nashville, I should say. And as we come on the air this morning, Georgia is under a state of emergency as extreme weather bears down on the state. Governor Brian Kemp citing the enhanced risk for damaging winds and tornadoes in the north and western part of the state. So the state of emergency remains in effect through Tuesday. So far, power outages already hitting parts of north and the western parts of Georgia. Crews right now working to restore that power. Around 100,000 customers are without power overnight. That number now just is about 30,000 as we take a closer look at the map. And that's the good news, that we are starting to see things change and progress. We did get a chance to speak to JEA earlier today. They said they are prepping. They do have those crews ready for folks to come out, making sure that the power is on and water too as well, because that's the main priority when it comes to JEA. So we're just taking a look at the screen again, myself out on the roads early this morning, getting a chance to see that live look. Heavy winds are what we're dealing with right now throughout the area. As Robert was talking about some of the things happening in and around the Duval County area and Waycross too as well. Also Brunswick, heading in the Georgia area. Speaking to family members, for me, just checking on them to see the things that they noticed was the power outages. So folks at home, these are the things that you definitely want to have. You want to have your candles and your flashlights ready to go, because just in case you are without power for quite some time, you definitely don't want to have nothing when it comes to the power being out, especially with the heat that we're going to be dealing with today. So I know that Robert was getting a chance to talk a lot about some of the things happening in and around our area and keeping us safe as he comes back into the studio. It is essential that you have everything you need to know and potentially life-saving information during severe weather. Get the latest alerts on our free First Coast News app. Download it for free, guys. Text the word app to 904-633-2402. ABC and NBC reporting 34 people already killed by the storm. And the good news is, even with my phone, I do have those text alerts. So when you're in specific areas, I can see what's happening. That's how you know when you need to be getting out of those areas. Even folks having multiple different apps on your phones too. So we're definitely taking a live look. And this is in the St. Augustine area. I'm trying to take her. This is Duval. This is right by the airport as we're taking a look at some of the traffic around there. So I was in the airport area, and a lot of people dropping off, making those drop offs. A lot of flights. Personally, one of my family members' flight was moved. It was supposed to be at 12:30. Now it is at 11:30. And that plane hopefully being able to take off. I'm actually receiving a call right now. Robert, if you could take over.
Yeah, I can, of course.
This is my sister here
I was
right
about
now.
to ask you about your
Yes, let
sister
me just
there
check
and
on her.
see how things are going there. So she's, we just shut down her mic so she could take the call from her sister. Of course, we're all here, and we're all got our family here as well, all being impacted by these storms, and there's our delays and everything happening. I'm sure you just took, we just walked through the latest, so I think we did take a live look at the current status of some of the flights here as well out of Jacksonville. So let's take a look at our radar. And by the way, thank you very much for everybody streaming here with us on First Coast News Plus, as well as on Facebook, YouTube. We've been streaming. We've been trying our best to take some of your questions here too. We're going to take a walk around the radar, and then we're going to talk about the hour-by-hour outlook here. We're going to go county by county across the First Coast. Granted, our county-by-county timing is kind of, it's a little off right now. Everything's kind of slowed down a bit, but it is still cruising off towards the north and east. So tornado watch is in place until 3 o'clock, remind you. That's everywhere shaded here in yellow. So pretty much, yes, the entire First Coast. We're going to look at 3 different storms that I am currently monitoring here at this moment, though. One is currently passing just towards the south of Waycross. Now, this actually, if I take I can take a live look out of the Waycross area here for those areas
and
just
Waycross
south.
gets hit a lot when it comes to severe weather and the snowstorm even.
The snowstorm, severe weather here. Now, this one is not severe warned at the moment, but you're right. Waycross just kind of is in that area where they get those line of storms coming across. They're on the eastern fringes of Dixie Alley. And boy, it can really kind of pick up out there. Everything going good with the family?
Yes, so she just recently told me that their flight has been changed again because of severe weather. So it started off, the flight was supposed to be taking off yesterday, then it moved to today to 12:30. Earlier this morning, she received a text message saying that the flight was delayed again from 11:30, and now she's saying it's at 11, and I just received a text that it's back at 12:30 again. So she says she's not sure what's happening right now at the airport for Breeze Airlines, but we're definitely checking on that for those those flights out. So folks at home, if you are watching on air, if you have some questions for us, make sure you email them into us or even drop it on our Facebook message too as well. We've been following closely the story throughout the night of last night into the early mornings. Robert, you got here so early today just to make sure folks are okay at home. We had JEA here. We're taking live looks in and around the First Coast area. But I do want to say it is so essential that you know that we do have that First Coast News Plus app that's going to get you all the things that you need, as well as on air and online.
All right, well, thank you very much. I'm happy that your family's staying kind of on top of this. And yeah, it shows, you know, we're also being impacted by this. It's been a long day. This is what we're all here for. And of course, our jobs are just to make sure you guys are staying weather aware and safe. So right now, like we just said, Waycross, you get those storms quite often. You know how to handle them. The one that I'm most, I wouldn't say concerned about, but it is kind of raising the most red flags at the moment, is this one outside of Lake City. Now actually right over Live Oak. It does look like it's currently impacting Live Oak at this time. That is a severe thunderstorm warning that is in place for Columbia County as well. So this is going to skirt just toward the western side of Lake City. Winds within this about 60 miles per hour. Also could have a quarter, size hail. Not the type of stuff you want to be caught outside with. Hail damage could impact vehicles, some wind damage to the roofs here and maybe some of the stronger portions. And plus, there's a lot of lightning coming out of this. Now, that's severe thunderstorm warning you see on your screen. Now moving over Live Oak, approaching Lake City is valid until 11:15 a.m. here. A lot of lightning coming out of this one. In fact, I'm going to try to pull up while I kind of scroll down here, I'll try to pull up a camera view out of Live Oak, get a little closer view. But also, I remember that, we have this next storm just off of Horseshoe Beach and Cedar Key. Now, if you're in Jacksonville, you're like, why do I care about a storm in a line of storms off Horseshoe Beach and Cedar Key? Well, it's because we put this on the loop. And by the way, that is a Live Oak right now. That's a nice look at that storm approaching. Got those low level clouds. Yeah.
When you do see things like this, say you're headed outside and you unfortunately haven't been watching the news, right? When you do see this, how do you prep for this or prepare for this? Is this when you want to start to stay in the house or change those plans?
Yeah, you want to, hopefully you're already are aware that it's coming. But if you see like what you see on the camera right here, you probably want to head inside. Yeah. Change your plans. You don't want to be outside, especially these low clouds kicking on in. You kind of have the cool wind. If the wind goes from a warm wind to a cold wind, that indicates outflow. You want to get yourself inside. I'm not saying you got to run inside the house and shelter in place inside the interior of your home. Not a tornado warning with this one right now, but it is packing a bit of a punch. We come back to the radar real quick, and I do want to mention, I was just saying coming in out of the Gulf here, this next storm that's approaching, that one has a lot of lightning coming out of it. This is all shifting towards the east, and this actually could be a problem eventually for places like Clay County over towards St. John's into Flagler, Putnam County. You see Green Cove, for example, 1 o'clock, Gainesville around 12 o'clock here. So all that is shifting off towards the north and east. I was just told, and I asked them out there to cut up. We talked to JEA this morning.
That's right. We can send it to JEA, see what one of the folks at JEA, their essentials had to say this morning, helping folks get prepped and prepared for today's storms. Take a look. Joining us now is Karen McAllister from JEA, and we're on your side discussing how JEA is preparing for today's extreme weather as well as what you need to know. Good morning, Karen. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, Jasmine. Thank you.
Well, I'm sure you guys have been preparing for quite some time. We do this, we know this, we're Floridians, but some of us are not from Florida and, really truly don't know how to prepare. So what should folks at home start doing right now?
Yes, you're right. JEA prepares throughout the year for severe weather. And we do have additional crews on standby today, ready to respond to any electric or water outages or downed trees. So what everybody can do right now, while the weather is still pleasant, step outside and make sure to secure any loose items, outdoor furniture, trash cans, potted plants. Take them inside or secure them in some way outside.
What's the biggest thing folks make as a mistake when they're prepping for a storm? Not taking it serious, not doing the things that you just said, or is it something else?
I would say not taking it seriously, Of course, it's a severe storm.
Yes.
And we've seen what's happened across the country in the last 24 hours. So always best to be safe. We want all of our customers to be safe.
Yeah. When it comes to your linemen, folks at home too don't really know when it comes to those power lines being down, emergencies, what should they do when they see those active power lines down?
Right. Well, stay away from any down power lines. Don't go near any down lines. Call 911 if you see a down power line. But yes, absolutely stay safe.
All right. And if anyone's interested, how do you report those outages too as well?
Okay. So you can report an outage through our new app, My JEA, and it's really easy. If you go to more options here, just click on Report Outage, and you'll see you just click here on your property, and you can easily report your outage. You can also track outages through our outage map on My JEA.
Yeah, so you folks have been busy and you're busy right now. A lot of people are ready to go. The biggest thing that people should remember before they head out the door to church today, what do you think should be?
Well, keep your mobile device charged. Make sure that you're ready to be able to track any outages, report any outages. And just, if you don't need to be outside today during the storm, stay inside.
All right, Karen McAllister from JEA, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Jasmine.
That was Karen McAllister with JEA, and we definitely want to thank them. She gave me her cell phone number to make sure we're checking in. That app is so helpful. Just taking a look, if you do have time to download that, as well as download First Coast News Plus, our app too as well, because it is definitely going to keep you updated. When I tell you when it's keeping you updated, it's letting you know everything that's happening throughout the day. So Robert, I do want to ask you a question. A lot of folks do talk about the difference between a watch and a warning. We were saying that a little earlier. Some of the people don't know what the difference is.
Well, you know, because you're right. The entire First Coast is under a watch right now, right? And they both sound similar, so I can see the confusion what some people might have. Remember, a watch is for those conditions. Think of the thing that people often say is if you are making tacos, you got a taco, you got the shell, you got the meat, you got the lettuce, you got all taco stuff. It's out on the counter, but you don't have a taco. It's just taco stuff. That's a watch. Watch is taco stuff. Think of it that way. A warning, on the other hand, is when you have the taco together and now you got a taco. That is a warning. Significant weather is currently taking place. You're about to eat the taco. So if you're under a watch, I mean, stuff is there to probably make what we expect. We expect you to put all the ingredients together and you're going to eventually have the warning, which means it is in your hand. That is the point where you're going to want to take shelter, you're going to want to prepare, you're going to want to be ready for this storm system as it comes overhead. So right now we have two different things. We have the watch and the warning. The watch is in place across the entire First Coast. And basically, we'll pull back the picture here. We got a tornado warning actually. Just not to jump off of our topic here, what we're talking about here, but this is what we're talking about. So we had a tornado watch all day, and you know what, guys? We're going to have to, we're going to go 30 seconds cutting in to NBC and ABC, and then this is kind of over a relatively rural area, so let's just cut in here. And then we'll come back to our stream, let everybody know what's going on, because we know we have the players going on right now. We don't want to take everybody too far away from the players. But we're talking about a watch, means the ingredients are in place.
Going to black.
A warning we have right now. So we're going to be back just a second because we're going to jump over to the linear TV side of things. So just.
This is a First Coast News On Your Side special report.
Hi there. We are currently tracking a tornado warning just issued southeast of Waycross. That's moving off towards the east here for Brantley, Campton, Charlton, and Ware County. This is radar indicated at this time from the National Weather Service until 11:15 a.m. If you are in any of these areas out ahead of this, just south of Nahunta, crossing 301 within the next 20 minutes, make sure you're taking shelter, you're getting inside, and you are staying weather aware here. Of course, on firstcoastnews.com and our FCN app, we are going to keep you posted. We're going to continue to track this storm for you there. We are streaming live right now. This is actually passing over 301 and now headed out towards Winnaker, Big Oak area. If you are in any of these spots, I know we're watching the players and everything, but make sure you get inside and just take shelter and be smart about this. Now, once again, we're going to continue live streaming. So we're going to go from the linear side so you can continue to watch your regular scheduled programming, but we're going to keep you posted on this dangerous situation. We've been tracking these storms all day. This whole line of storms stretching from north to south across the First Coast, even a severe thunderstorm warning now approaching Lake City too. So make sure you watch us on our live stream. We're going to continue to keep you posted. Okay, all right, I guess we're going to continue to actually stay on right now here. So, yeah, we're going to continue to track this for the next 30 minutes. So if you are watching the players, I do apologize. We're going to get back to you guys here in just a bit. But this is definitely a dangerous situation here just south of Nahunta, Brantley, Camden, Charlton, and Ware County here, about to cross 301. So what we're going to do is kind of pull up some cameras in that area, give you an idea of what the storm has going on with it. Velocity right now does indicate that rotation just west of 301, or is crossing US 1 right now, south of Hoboken. And when I look at velocity, this is what I'm talking about. So there's rotation right in here. And what I'm going to do is click this, and we're going to move this off towards the east, give you an idea of where this is headed. 1102 Big Oak, 1106 Oak Grove Baptist, and then at 1106 as well, Rains Landing. Once again, a radar indicated tornado here from the National Weather Service. They just put this out a few moments ago. That's why we're breaking into coverage here. That is until 11:15 a.m. It's moving towards the east at 45 miles per hour. And also keep in mind, this is all a part of a broader tornado watch that's in place. If we pull back the picture, we have a tornado watch across the entire First Coast. Of course, today is a weather impact alert day that has been issued here by First Coast News. We actually put this out 5 days ago, giving you a heads up of these storm systems. And right now we have an active tornado warning now crossing just north of Folkestone, southeast of Waycross, south of Nahunta, a relatively rural area, but we want to make sure everybody's staying safe with this storm system. Meanwhile, back towards the south and west, we also have a severe thunderstorm warning just south of Live Oak and approaching Lake City. Can I ask again in my ear here, guys, where is this out of? Brantley. Thank you very much. So there's a live look out of Brantley where we have some of these storms kind of kicking off into your direction. Let me see if I can pull up Nahunta. We have a camera out of that specific area too, where we're continuing to track this. So if you're just south of Nahunta, crossing 301, actually, I have a camera basically inside this tornado warning. This is out of Hickox. If you don't mind coming back to my screen here. So basically just south of Nahunta, just north of where that 301 number is right there. This is where the live look out of that specific area. So we're going to see these winds kind of pick up there. Doesn't look too crazy at this point, but the point is conditions will go downhill really fast with tornado warnings. It may not feel that bad out there at the current moment, but it definitely could change fairly swiftly as it starts to push overhead. So once again, if you are chiming in right now, and the reason why we're cutting in, call was made here at First Coast News to come in and talk about this. 11:15 a.m. We have that tornado warning in place. Now just starting to cross 301 south of Nahunta, southeast of Waycross. Winds within this, let me see about our straight line winds kind of popping up in this, but it's estimated moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Radar indicated tornado. They also have that chance of some damaging winds, straight lines, winds mixed in with this too, which could impact, mobile homes, some of those weaker homes. Also, tree limbs could fall, power outages. We already actually had several tornado warning storms north of Waycross early this morning that did cause some power outages out there as well. So there's plenty to talk about here, friends. And once again, that's what we're here for, to kind of keep you posted and aware. So I'm going to zoom right in on this. Yeah, we can see pretty decent rotation here on radar. It's the leading edge of this supercell kind of popping up here, just along 301 south of New Junta. Basically, you see right here on my screen. So you see where the winds are kind of coming and going. It's right there. Moving off towards our north and east, so just about to cross 301 is where we have this right now. And then you just kind of see the timing: Big Oak, Riverside Church, Rains Landing, Browns Chapel. And even in a broader view, this is all kind of headed out towards the east. So in St. Simons Islands, Brunswick, eventually this cell is going to get closer to your neck of the woods as well. Now, I want to make sure we don't have anything. Ooh, that is interesting. I can't confirm this because the signature is not super clear, but there might be a little bit of a debris ball actually right there. This is the right there. You see that kind of white? I'm going to watch this a few more seconds and let's see if that remains consistent.
Robert, when you say debris ball, what does that mean?
Well, a debris ball would indicate something's being lofted into the atmosphere.
Okay.
That is not rain. That is not hail. That is not a cloud. You can extrapolate information out of that as you will. We haven't confirmed that just yet, but a very clear and defined rotation. And it looks like that scan kind of went away. So hopefully that was not the case there. I'm going to stand by and see what the National Weather Service has to say about that. They're watching on the ground. They have observations and everything out here. Once again, if you're jumping in for another 15 minutes, sorry we took you away from the players, but we're going to make sure everybody's staying safe here. We have a tornado warning that is in place until 11:15 a.m. here, extending across Ware, Camden, Charlton, and Brantley counties, but specifically for these areas on 301, south of New Junta, south of Tallman, southeast of Waycross, north of Folkston. So that stretch of road between Waycross and Folkston. You all know where that is, right? That is where we currently have this tornado warning in place at this time. And look at the broader picture, by the way. And if you're just chiming in, maybe you're in Live Oak, you're in Lake City, you're going, I got some messy weather too. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning that is in place out in your area as well. That's moving off towards north and east. That is producing a lot of lightning and that potential for some damaging winds. I'm sorry, I'm scrolling around the radar so fast. I just want to get back to where I want to go here. But right now, yeah, tornado warning, clear rotation here on radar. Good news that CC scan kind of looks like it backed off a bit, but this is actually a live look within this tornado warned storm. Looks like the heavy rain just starting to pick up there south of New Junta at this time.
I do want to add
keep an eye on that.
Add
Sorry.
on something if folks at home if they're telling you to take cover now, you want to avoid those windows. If you're outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from that flying debris if that is happening. So those are some of the things that you want to do if you find yourself in a situation. Also, if you are driving out on the roads, torrential rainfall is occurring with the storm and it may lead to some flash flooding too as well. So again, take cover, move to a basement if you have one, and if you don't, you want to go to an interior room. So that you see that right there, a hallway. You don't want to be in the living room or the kitchen by those windows. You want to be inside of the closest area indoors in the middle part of your home. And make sure you grab the kids. Robert, go ahead and take it over.
Oh, sorry. You were saying about kids, make sure
Yes.
everybody's inside and everything.
Kids, everyone inside. And folks, if you're watching at home, it happens so fast. This was just a watch, right? And then it goes to a warning. And we were just describing the difference between those two. People tend to get those confused. But when you do see the warning, that's when you want to immediately take cover. Is that correct, Robert?
Yeah, and I was saying, I want to make sure you're kind of inside. And if you earlier asking about severe thunderstorm warning, it's just a normal thunderstorm. But this is the scenario where if you are under a tornado warning, you want to get away from those windows.
Right.
I'm not saying in downtown Jacksonville right now, specifically under this area. This is a live look actually right now within this storm, a heavy rainfall coming down. And one thing that I want to note is in this specific area, this is what the conditions are out there. It's heavy rainfall. It is moisture laden. It's also very wooded. So this is not the type of tornado that you're going to walk outside and go, ooh, it's, you know, straight out of the movies. That's not this. This is probably going to be rain wrapped and hard to see as it passes through. So that is one thing I really want to stress to you at home here as we see this push overhead. So here's a look at velocity. And what I'm going to do is just kind of zoom right in on here. And we're going to plot this out for you at home so you can get a good idea. And thank you for everybody also watching on FCN Plus. I will get back to some of your questions here as well. We have that interactive capability here if you're not watching on linear, you're watching on digital, to make sure that we're pushing on through here. Sorry, I am reading some of this stuff. So pushing through northern Charlton, definitely there is that dangerous potential tornado. So that debris ball I saw earlier.
It is the thing.
It may actually be a thing. I'm going to confirm that here. I'm not saying it's confirmed on the ground right now. We don't have that officially at this point. But there's definitely rotation within this, and there's heavy rainfall, there's gusty winds, pretty serious. And that, you know what, we're not surprised to see a pretty decent rotation out of this at this moment. And when I say rotation, I'm saying the radar's showing a lot of coming and going right here, wrapped around within this supercell structure that's in a broader view of this. So you can kind of see, you actually see a little bit of an inflow notch right in there. That is this storm kind of sucking in that air coming in from the east, and then you have that outflow right in there. So it's just crossing 301 right now, just south of where we had that shot here out of Nahunta. You can see the winds continue to pick up. So it gives you a nice view of this storm system, what's going on inside of it here.
Robert, you said this is like a heavily wooded area. So
Yeah,
are there,
yeah.
there are houses in this area? What should we be doing? What
Well,
should folks be
mobile
doing?
homes, I mean, I don't want you to run outside within this, all right? But if you are in a mobile home, you got to be weather aware
Right.
with this. But houses and stuff, interior, get away from the windows, things like that, for sure, for everybody within this area. It is relatively rural, but it is wooded. And I think my key thing about saying it's wooded is that it's very rain wrapped. This is not the type of setup where you're going to be able to spot it. If you are looking for it outside, you're not going to see it until about 10 seconds before it runs right over you here. So that is something. Now I'm hearing my producer kind of say something. I apologize. I'm talking over you. Can you say that again?
No, you're fine. That's Nahunta Cam, if I'm saying it correctly.
Yeah, that is correct. So I believe this is right out of Nahunta. This is about 10 miles north of the center of circulation. I know exactly where this camera is. So this is just north. Now, if we can get a camera anywhere on 82 from Georgetown over towards Waynesville, if we have something like that available, that'd be great. Just kind of showing where that rotation. Actually, you know what? While we have this camera up, and I can, if you want to put the rotation back on the screen, I'll try to pull something up here. I actually do have a camera out of Waynesville.
All right, as you pull that up, I want to remind folks at home, if you are in these areas, if you could pop that up on the screen where that warning is happening currently right now. So you do want to move to an interior room, the lowest floor or sturdy. If you do have a basement, you want to go there. Avoid those windows. If you are by the outdoors or you have a mobile home or you're in your vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter to protect yourself from that flying debris. And Robert was just talking about maybe one of those debris balls were forming. And when we talk about debris balls, that could be including anything. It could be trees, it could be doors, anything that it picks up with that wind gust. It could be launched in a missile.
And a stress, not confirmed yet. It looks like it only popped up there on one screen. So if we can come back to my radar, please. But yeah, so this is just a look at the timing here for Waynesville. 11:20, it's going to start to pass right overhead there. So if you are in Waynesville, this is kind of headed out into your direction. This is the live look from Waynesville, so it's not going crazy just yet. You're starting to see those clouds kind of build in, but conditions are going to go downhill fairly quickly as this shifts off towards the north and east. And this is actually a look at that tornado warning. Now, once again, if you're just jumping in right now, we still have this tornado warning until 11:15 a.m. That is because we did see some clear rotation here on radar. This is moving off towards the north and east at 45 miles per hour. At one point, we may have seen something here kind of getting tossed into the atmosphere that has not happened. I don't really see that much anymore. But we have gotten kind of information from the National Weather Service, saying in northern Charlton County, there is that potential for a dangerous tornado out here. Still looks like it is radar indicated, at least at this time, but it is moving towards the north and east at 45 miles per hour. Waynesville, you're probably the next major populated area. And I understand there's a lot of homes here too. And if you're in a mobile home light structure, make sure you're just getting away from those windows. You're taking this seriously, getting into an interior. I know we cut away from church service on our TV side of things here. You got a couple churches out ahead of this here. So hopefully everybody is aware at those church services to kind of get away from this. In fact, Mount Zion Church, for example, Oak Grove Baptist Church, these are spots that are directly ahead of this radar indicated rotation I'm showing you here after it's just passed over 301, headed off there towards 82 as well. I just was told we got a camera out of Waycross if you want to throw that up. Waycross is a little bit further towards the west here, so this is on the backside. So Waycross, I do not anticipate you being impacted by this storm. Just kind of showing you the heavy rain on the backside of this as it's kind of kicking off into that direction. Okay, bring me back to my radar. I need an update here. We just got another tornado warning. It was just issued from the National Weather Service. As you can see, there's two on the screen here now. This one is for northwestern Camden, so Camden, Glen, Brantley County. So similar area, still radar indicated, moving towards northeast now at 50 miles per hour. So we can see right here on our screen, you know what I'm going to try to do? I'll try to kind of get rid of this box here for you. So that's our severe thunderstorm warning I have on the screen right now. Okay, here we go. Zoom right in. So we have two separate. We have a tornado warning towards the south of Nahunta now. We also have a tornado warning east of Nahunta, west of Brunswick, along 82. If you're anywhere along 82 between Brunswick and Nahunta, and guys, can we put this on the full screen so everybody can get a closer view of this, please? Because we have multiple tornado warnings. I want to make sure everybody gets a view of what I'm talking about here. So if you're east of Nahunta, west of Georgetown, specifically Waynesville, you got that tornado warning in place there for you. Pretty decent rotation actually coming out of that one. Let me go back. I apologize. I just jumped up there. And I can kind of see where the National Weather Service is seeing here. So we have a little bit of rotation there. It looks like a little bit here, but most of these are moving off towards the north and east. This one is my bigger concern that's heading towards Waynesville. That'll be arriving in about 10 minutes, as we were just talking about a wooded area here. So, this is going to be not something you're going to be able to see clear as day. I mean, this is actually a live look out of Waynesville, out ahead of this, and you can just see kind of, these are trees, a little bit of a field there, but trees, and those dark clouds are moving in a little bit closer here. So it's not going to be something you're going to be able to spot very easily. So if you are in a car, if you know somebody in a car heading out here on 82, if you are in your homes, maybe turn up the TV really loudly. If you're, now that must have been a flash of lightning. You can kind of see the flicker on the camera. A lot of lightning coming out of this cell too. I mean, you don't want to be outside within this. If you are in your home, get away, maybe turn up the TV or have your phone. We're streaming live on First Coast News Plus, and you can get the latest information as this moves off towards north and east and be in your safe space on top of that. And I know you've all seen this graphic. I don't want to overdo it here for you, but I just want to remind you, safe space is what I mean by that is interior of your home, away from windows, things like that. So you're kind of away from, if any flying debris. I'm not saying a tornado is going to hit your house, but this is bringing a lot of straight line winds with it as well. So if you're away from windows and any debris kind of hits some of those windows, you make sure you're kind of in your safe spot so you don't have to worry about anything like that. It's all about, we don't really have basements in this area, but it's all about keeping safe and staying weather aware here, friends. So that's the big thing we're talking about. And by the way, we're mentioning these multiple tornado warnings that we have in place right now here in southeast Georgia. Brantley, and there's a severe thunderstorm warning layered on top of this. That's until 11:45. In a broader view, heading off towards the north and east, we also have a severe thunderstorm warning moving over Lake City right now too, which I don't want to forget our friends in Lake City here for another 5 minutes. I wouldn't be surprised if it extends, because Lake City, and if we can get a camera out of Lake City, that would be fantastic. Be able to pull something up. I know we got some stuff on the highway because this is currently crossing over I-10, a larger, more populated area. May not be a tornado on the ground there, but they're looking at straight line winds kind of pushing on through. See if we can get anything, a traffic camera, maybe closer to the highway there too. I think you're probably going to have some good stuff out of there. This one looks like they're getting the rain. It's kind of really washed out. No, I-10, just due north of Lake City would be great.
Well, as we're taking a look at that,
right.
Robert, what are the areas that people need to be cautious at if they are traveling in that area or if they live in the area? Tell us where those counties are again for us.
Well, I mean, I-10 right now north of Lake City, Columbia County, that's the severe thunderstorm warning that is currently in place. And I'm emphasizing I-10, I-75 you just seen there because this is a severe thunderstorm. You're going to see a pretty decent reducing.
Yeah.
And this is what we're talking about. So you don't want to be on the road in this specific area. The visibility is going to get reduced really quickly here, especially as this moves off towards the east, just towards the east of Lake City there. But also, you know, we've been talking about what's happening out towards the southeast Georgia, extending into where Charlton, Camden County, where we have a tornado warning. There's another, this is lightning as that storm is approaching, that severe thunderstorm, putting out a lot of lightning. We can come back to my radar here. If anybody's traveling along 82 here, extending out just east of 301, but also to an extent west of Brunswick on I-95. It's not there yet, but storms are approaching that area. So if you're planning on heading north right now out of Jax and heading up I-95, you probably want to wait on it. And to answer your question a little bit more clear, and a very good question, Jasmine, thank you, is that if you're traveling in these areas, try to pull over, find a safe space, especially if you're in one of these tornado warned cells. So I'm going to go back to the tornado warning. All right, can we put this back on the full screen? Because I'm going to try to break down what we're seeing right now here. Right now, you're looking at our radar, a radar indicated tornado here. Looks like the first tornado warning may have expired. That's good. I think this one towards our south, or another 3 minutes, that's going to expire. It's the one towards the north, and I'm until 11:30. That's in Brantley, Camden, and Glenn County. That really kind of more worried about. We're watching here. So that's passing over Oak Church, I believe, right now on 255, heading towards Salter, Glencoe, Wayner there. I'm sorry, I'm moving around the camera very much, friends here. But I just want to kind of get a little bit of a closer look at all these spots. So what I'm going to do is grab where I do believe this rotation is being indicated on radar and move that towards the north and east. And yeah, Georgetown, 11:30. This looks like it may just skirt southern Waynesville at this time. But Mount Zion Church, 11:20. It is a Sunday morning, so hopefully everybody's kind of removed from that church. Services are over and stuff like that. But these are things I want you to remember here. Little Rock Church, kind of on the edge of where this is headed. Georgetown, Jamaica at 11:30 as well. And then we go back to the full screen. This was in Waynesville. They're just on the northern edge of the storm. Conditions kind of starting to go downhill there too. Now, I do want to pull up this tornado warning, and I want to just make sure that I'm not seeing any additional debris balls or anything. And I mean, this velocity scan's starting to weaken a little bit. Then we got another stronger, there's multiple kind of spots here that indicate there could be a little rotation kind of mixed into this, which is why they're going with 2 tornado warnings, because there's just kind of a range. At least I don't see anything too clear as far as debris. We've seen something possibly a little bit earlier that has backed off just a bit here. But to go back to the velocity, like I said, there's a couple spots that could indicate a bit of rotation kind of mixed into this right now, being this one now just south of Salter. I think that's kind of the main spot. You see right here, see kind of that inflow and outflow? That is what I believe the National Weather Service is keying in on, and that is moving off towards the north and east at about 50 miles per hour. So anywhere out ahead of that where I kind of just push this through, that's where I do anticipate, at the very least, some strong straight line winds, but that's where we do have that tornado warning in place at this time as well. And that is until 11:30 a.m. with this specific tornado warning. The other one was until 11:15, and it looks like that has just expired and dropped off there south of that, crossing 301. We were watching that one. So now we have a tornado warning here nearing Waynesville. A lot of lightning coming out of this too, guys. So, I mean, if we go back to the Waynesville camera, in fact, I mean, we've been watching the lightning kind of kick off on this here, and this is actually within the tornado warning. This camera right here looks like it's approaching just in from the south. Rain starting to pick up here too, and we've been seeing the flashes of lightning. So even tornado aside, there is a lot of lightning kind of picking up with that.
Well,
Jasmine,
Robert,
you got something?
Yes, I do. I'm just taking a look at the Jacksonville International Airport, and there are over 17 flights that have been delayed and one canceled. Just to name a few of those flights that have been delayed: American into Chicago O'Hare, that's now at 1:35. We do have another Delta flight into LaGuardia, that's now at 12:19. That flight was pushed back. Washington, D.C., 3 of those flights are now pushed back. One is at 10:45, one is at 1 p.m., and that's now at 10 a.m. for the next day. So we're definitely taking a look at a lot of these flights. You want to double, triple check if your flight is still scheduled for today. Just taking a look at those. Starting off the morning, it was only, I think it was 2 flights that were delayed and 1 was canceled, if I'm not mistaken. And now it was 1 flight canceled and 1 flight delayed, and now we're taking a live look at this, and it's about 17 flights that have been changed due to, I'm assuming right now, these winds and severe thunderstorms across our nation right now. So just taking a closer look at the screen, we want to get back to Robert, but just giving you a heads up, if you have a flight that's supposed to be taken today, you may or may not be arriving on time today.
Thank you very much for that update there. I'm just trying to pull up some of our cameras, kind of get the latest information, because I am watching this approach Waynesville, and it looks like the leading edge of some of the messier weather just starting to near your area here. Rotation kind of shifting off there, so let's get rid of these and kind of give you an update on where this is headed. I'll zoom right in. Looks like crossing just south of Salter, west of Waverly. New Post Road just crossed over your area too right now and heading out towards Georgetown. Looks like the center of this rotation should pass just south of Waynesville along 82, but give it about less than 10 minutes, and hopefully we're giving some of you a nice little heads up here. Just in a few minutes, it's going to pass just south of Waynesville out towards Georgetown here, crossing over towards 82. So if you're between Nahunta and Brunswick on the road out on 82, I would highly, highly suggest in any of these spots to pull over, because even if, I'm not saying a tornado is going to hit your car, but it's going to get heavy. The rain's going to start to come down here in the next few minutes, and we don't want you being stuck outside in this storm system. And in a broader view, there's a tornado warning until, a severe thunderstorm warning, that is, until 11:45 due to these strong winds that are getting picked up with this storm as it's moving off towards the east. And
it just updated, I think.
Yeah, it looks like I had a little flash here. I'll check on that and see. I think they just continued the warning versus expiring it.
Okay, just taking a look for folks at home, if you are in the Brantley, Glenn County area, there's that tornado warning right there on your screen, and as well as a severe thunderstorm warning for Brantley, Camden, Glenn, and Wayne County. Just so you are alert and aware, Robert has been working on this throughout the morning, making sure you are aware of what's to come your way and what you should be doing when you are in that area. But folks at home, make sure you take this serious. If you are in this area, turn your TVs up, grab your cell phone if you can, and make sure you have that First Coast News Plus app to keep you updated throughout the morning. Go ahead, Robert.
Oh, thank you. So yeah, and just to go back, we mentioned all those broader county areas, but I do want to advise you, this is moving away from the Junta. Ware County actually kind of coming out of, I'm not really concerned about you, but right here, this is where, just crossing 110 right now, south of Nahunta, or south of Waynesville. Georgetown looks like it's kind of where this is moving out towards. In fact, I'm going to loop this through, give you a good idea of where that's headed. And you can see the inflow and outflow on this. That's the inflow, kind of wrapping around with that rotation where just like that. And Georgetown crossing 82 here, less than 10 minutes. you're going to start to see this. But you know, I don't want you to be like, oh, I got 10 minutes to go for a walk. No, now is the time to get inside. This is racing at a pretty decent pace here. Behind me is a live look out of Waynesville, actually. It is just south of there. And in the last few moments, we've seen conditions rapidly deteriorate. And even right now on the camera, I'm seeing it start to bounce a little bit. That probably is the gust front kicking on through that cool air. And you'll see a sudden change with that cool kind of pool spilling over and causing temperatures to quickly drop there as the leading edge of that. So that's a good look at Georgetown, where that storm is just starting to move overhead right now. I also believe meteorologist Ross Muma is now joining us here in just a few minutes as well, just to kind of keep us posted. Since we do have a tornado warning in place, we have a severe thunderstorm warning. On top of that, down towards Lake City, and on top of all of that, we look at the broader view of things. There is a tornado watch. And can we come back to my computer here? Yes, thank you. We have a tornado watch that's in place across the entire First Coast. So a lot of people have been asking, and I'm sorry for those of you on our digital stream, I haven't gotten your questions because we've been tracking this tornado warning. I want to make sure we get to that. But if you are in Jacksonville, I do want to answer your questions about when is it going to arrive in Jacksonville. Well, probably not until closer to about 1 to 3 o'clock here. So these storms that we're talking about over Brunswick, or no, just west of Brunswick, I should say, over Waynesville area, just east of Nahunta, and this also storm near Lake City. These are these individual kind of supercells that have developed within this whole line. But this whole line is shifting towards the east on top of that. And this is a marathon, not a sprint, but into the Jacksonville area, including for the players. They started early because we know that these storms are all headed out in that direction. So I just want to make sure if you are in Jacksonville, I know you're asking when's going to hit your area. If you are in any of these specific locations, I want to try my best to get to your spots. But right now we're concentrating on where there is an active tornado warning. But this is all shifting towards the east and it is headed out there. So give it another hour, hour and a half, I do believe. Some of these conditions are going to start to approach Duval County. On top of that. So yeah, we're going to continue to track this for you. I'm going to zoom back in though on our current tornado warning. Now just starting to cross 82 here, Waynesville, Georgetown. One thing I want to stress is these are rain wrapped. So please, if you're on 82, conditions are going downhill fast. You got that heavy rainfall, a lot of lightning mixed in there as well. So don't be like, I'm going to go see the tornado. That's not going to happen. You see right here, south of Waynesville is where we do have that bit of rotation, just like that. Looks like I'm going to be joined here by meteorologist Ross Muma, just walked into the studio. He's...
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, so that tornado warning, Robert, I believe... Are they continuing that? I just saw on Slack that they might be expiring that.
Oh, that was the one towards the south of there.
Okay, so they just shifted it down and shrunk it a little bit here, correct?
Yeah. Oh, well, there was multiple tornado warnings here in place, Ross.
Okay.
There was two. One just towards the south in Nahunta was expired. We have the current one in place till 11:30. Now just crossing 82.
Can we just zoom out real quick and show kind of the whole thing? I heard you mention, tornado watch in effect until 3 p.m. This is obviously the main storm that we're watching, but further off to the west and southwest, this now does include Duval County. I don't want to reiterate anything that you've already mentioned, Robert. I know you've been out here for a while, but this storm has been showing rotation for at least 30 or 45 minutes here. So still just a severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds warned and up to penny-sized hail, but certainly a lot of lightning in this storm. And again, this is now starting to head closer and closer to the Jacksonville metro. So if you live in McClenny, Sanderson, and Baker County, southern Charlton, Nassau, and Duval, although you're not necessarily included in the severe thunderstorm warning just yet, just know there is a very strong storm headed your way. And this is really going to be a trend that we are anticipating to continue here throughout the remainder of this morning and into the afternoon, really as the entire system kind of approaches the I-95 corridor here, Robert.
Yeah, and thank you very much for reiterating that, because we're focusing right now on the current tornado warning because we want to make sure everybody's staying safe with that. But you're right, I don't want people in Jacksonville and out near the coast to kind of think, okay, I'm clear, this isn't in my area, because all this is shifting towards the east here, right? Ross,
and it is starting to rain a little bit outside. I just came in, and there is starting to see some light rain fall across downtown Jacksonville. So you might be thinking, well, this, just light rain doesn't look too bad just yet. There are much stronger storms on the way all of which will have that potential for some rotation. So again, there is that severe thunderstorm warning. Baker, Columbia, Hamilton, and Union counties. That runs until 11:45 this morning. And there, Robert's showing you where that rotation is. So just off to the east of Lake City there now, Robert.
Yeah,
starting to tighten up a little.
Yeah, there is a little bit of a rotation there. I kind of see the broad. Oh, there we go.
That's a much better view. Yeah.
So you said it's not tornado warned, but definitely has the potential, right?
Yeah, I mean, all the way, further west before it even hit Columbia County, this has had a lot of broad rotation for quite a while here. So still nothing, no tornado warning, nothing going to be on the ground, at least with this just yet. But it is something that we're going to need to monitor here throughout the remainder of this morning into the afternoon here, Robert.
Yeah, I'm just seeing if I can pull up a camera view just on the
out toward Lake City,
the fringes of Lake City here. See if I got.
So right near I-10 is kind of where that area of rotation currently is. Again, this is not a tornado warned storm, but if something were to develop, that will be where we are looking at. And here, I'll step out of view so you can get a little bit better view.
This is actually just east of Lake City. So we're kind of looking on the back side of this towards, because I didn't want to put it right under where this is because it's just going to be rained out and washed out. But it's on the back side, kind of looking towards this storm system.
Certainly some low clouds there.
Yeah.
You can see some of the movement right here on the very edge of that.
Yeah, if we look closely, right, you kind of see it, maybe the tops of the trees kind of flapping in the wind there too.
Yep.
While we're talking about this, though, I do want to go back to our current tornado warning, right?
Yes.
Where we do have that one in place, and let me see if I can pop my radar back to. I'm jumping around on the radar here, friends. I do apologize if you get a little bit nauseous. So I'm going to try to go slowly. Here we go. We got our severe thunderstorm warning. That is currently over Lake City. That's the one we're talking about, right? Then we're going to zoom right in
towards
here.
Waynesville area.
Waynesville. So this is Waynesville between Georgetown. It looks like this is still going to go for another 4 minutes. Let's see how our radar looks. Okay, that's the wrong one. There we go. Back to Waynesville and Georgetown. What do you think about this, Ross? Because I kind of see where the couplet is. Can you show people where I'm looking at?
Yeah, I mean, well, so I think it's kind of broadening out a little.
Yeah.
That's a little bit of a better view there. So yeah, just to, I'd say, the east-northeast of Waynesville, and then also another area, right where you had zoomed in there. So some strong inbound winds or inflow winds right here just to the south of Georgetown. So it does look like there's kind of a broad area of rotation there. I think the original couplet is right just to the northeast of the Waynesville area by perhaps 1 or 2 miles.
Oh yeah, I see
so
what you're
just
talking
north
about.
of Highway 82.
We've actually seen this specific cell, and it kind of shows that it's not your classic supercell. It's not the most organized, but we've seen this drop and reform of different couplets within it. At one point here about 30 minutes ago, there was a couple passes, and I think there was a debris ball, so it's going to be interesting south in the Junta.
Hey, Robert,
if we see damage.
I think we have an emergency manager, Beth, from Brantley County, I believe. She's on the phone right now.
Oh, okay. All right, out of Brantley County. So, Beth, if you're there right now, can you, what are you seeing out there right now? What do you have to tell us about what people should be preparing or expecting right now?
I just spoke with the sheriff in Brantley County, and the only report that he's received was some trees were down on some roadways. But other than that, they haven't had any reports of anything else. They had a tornado warning till 11:15, and of course Brantley's under a tornado watch until 3. But other than that, I haven't heard of anything else.
So you haven't, not to interrupt you, Beth, you have not heard of anyone observing a tornado or any sort of funnel cloud up there so far?
He said that somebody had seen some activity, I think, on a weather channel, but not personally.
Okay.
And also, Beth, you were talking to the sheriff. You said some down tree limbs or anything like that. Did you hear any reports of power outages? Because I know that's something that we were expecting today. Have you seen anything kind of alighting to the potential for power outages, or have you heard those reports?
We have Beth on the phone from Brantley
Yeah,
County.
Beth, are you
correct?
still
And
there
as-
with us?
As Beth helps assist us with what's happening in the area, we do want to talk about the severe warning as well as the tornado warning in that area. Taking a closer look, Robert as well as Ross Muma joining us here throughout the day. We've been talking about how to keep you safe throughout the day. We've been talking about multiple things. Of course, we do want to remind you it is essential.
All right,
that
Beth is back. Beth, are you there right now?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you very much. So just wanted to check in. Looks like our tornado warning actually was just dropped towards your east of Brantley County. So Camden, Glen Wayne, and Brantley are all still under a severe thunderstorm warning. I was just curious real quick, if you were talking about down tree limbs, if you've seen any power outages, and also if you could just follow up with that, do you have any advice for anybody out in that area based on the damage reports you've received so far?
They just need to stay home and not be in the road until this storm is over.
All right.
And I haven't had any reports of power outages
Well,
as yet.
okay.
And I haven't heard of any wind, heavy winds or anything yet.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Beth, from the Emergency Operations there in Brantley County for jumping on and talking with us. And please give us a call back if you hear anything else or any damage or reports or anything like that. So thank you very much for taking the time to talk with us here.
Yes, sir.
So let's go back to our broader view. And you know what? We were just talking about Brantley. We're heading out towards Brunswick. A lot of lightning coming out of there. Ross, do you have some graphics built up here too? Because I know we're watching what's happening in Lake City. I want to try to pull up some cameras from a few of these areas because we have these severe thunderstorm warnings that are continuing to roll on through. In fact, just east of Lake City, see that one kind of coming up here, heading out towards Sanderson. Ross, if you want to jump in and just talk to me for a second, I'm going to try to pull up a couple cameras.
Yeah, if we can pull up Max 2, or if you can just, if you have the clicker over there, Robert, you can just switch me to Max 2 quick. So tornado watch is going to be in effect. Robert's bringing me the clicker. I will just step off here. Thank you, Robert. This is live TV, folks, if you can't tell. So tornado watch in effect until 3 p.m. for the entire First Coast. Tornado warning, though, is done here for the Brunswick area and Glenn County. So I believe, are we just on FCM Plus, or have we tossed back
Yeah, I
the
was just
programming
about to
already?
ask that. Are we still?
Okay,
we're still
so-
on ABC right now. And
Okay,
NBC,
well, we're
so
gonna send you back to your current programming. Warnings are done for the time being with regards to the tornado warnings. If more tornado warnings are issued, be sure we'll cut back in here. But for the time being, we're gonna send you back to your normal programming this morning.
This has been a First Coast News On Your Side special report. Trust the most accurate weather team. Stream now on First Coast News Plus.
Continue to watch, what's happening out here across the First Coast. In fact, if you don't mind, let's take down our mics just for a few moments. We're going to collect our thoughts here, talk about what's happening. We got a couple severe thunderstorm warnings moving towards Brunswick, another one towards Lake City. Thank you very much for everybody who stayed with us during those tornado warnings. We had plenty to talk about here, and hopefully we helped some of you out here with these storms as they moved overhead. But right now it looks like the threat of an immediate tornado has passed, but we still have a tornado watch in place for another 3.5 hours here across the First Coast. I just got joined by meteorologist Ross Muma, and we're going to continue to keep you posted. So thank you very much for everybody that has been watching. Don't go anywhere. We got a lot of people here currently observing this and letting us know what's happening across the First Coast, getting a lot of reports in here right now. So of course, we're going to be back in just a few moments to keep you posted about what's happening here. So we'll just stand by.
is a First Coast News On Your Side special report.
Continuing tornado coverage, and I know that you have the stuff you want to watch here, but our job here at First Coast News is the reason why we have the FCC license to make sure everybody's staying safe and monitoring these storm systems. And I know we just got done with a couple tornado warnings across Brantley and Ware County, extending back towards Charlton. There's still severe thunderstorm warnings there, but this is the latest, just came in, which we expected. There's a tornado watch in place. We anticipated this. We said 5 days ago there was going to be multiple tornadoes across, multiple severe storms, and the potential for spin-up tornadoes across the First Coast here on our Sunday, and this is another one. Another tornado warning with broad rotation. Meteorologist Ross Muma was just here just a second ago talking about, he could see the broad rotation on the velocity, and that is coming to fruition. You can see that here out of Baker in Columbia, heading into Baker County, right over I-10. A tornado warning is in place east of Lake City, heading towards Sanderson. Now, this is heading over towards the state park there. It's kind of a more relatively rural area, but Sanderson is not, and it looks like, kind of heading out in your direction. So what I'm going to try to do is pull up the velocity, get you, yeah, that is a pretty tight couplet. It looks like just north of I-10, just along County Road 250. I think that's a rest area actually right in that specific area. Let's see if I can pull up the exact camera, okay, because we got some cameras right in that area that are currently being impacted by this as well. So if you're in any of these areas just north of I-10 there, yeah, I'm pulling it up right now. We got a camera right out of that. Here we go. So this is on I-10. I mean, I'm already seeing kind of cars. Look at the water getting splashed up in the roads. Heavy rainfall coming with this. So if you know anybody traveling on I-10 in that area, obviously dangerous. Obviously, this is a wooded area. There's not a lot of turnoffs. But make sure that they are staying weather aware and kind of tracking this with us here as we watch this. Now a tornado warning in place for Baker and Columbia County as this moves off towards the east. So, all right, thank you very much. Meteorologist Ross Muma is about to join me here as we watch this move off towards the east. But once again, there is a pretty tight couplet here. And what I mean by couplet is it's this broad rotation just north of I-10. You see that right there? Let's see exactly where this is headed. It looks like it's moving towards the north and east. Kind of get a good idea of kind of where, and the good news, this is moving over a very rural area. It's the Oskaloosa National Forest. So hopefully no one is out in this area. Ross, what do you got for me here?
Yeah, so I just kind of wanted to take a broader view. There is a very large severe thunderstorm warning also included kind of in the larger picture, not only for Baker and Columbia County, but Hamilton, and then also moving into Nassau and Duval County. So severe thunderstorm warning now getting into the west sides. Thankfully, this storm is tracking a little bit just off to the northeast of the Jacksonville metro. But again, that tornado warning until noon for Baker and Columbia County. There is a lot of lightning in this storm, so very, very heavy rain. I've heard Robert mention a couple times about, if you're out on the roads, not only be mindful of the tornado threat, but also just the torrential rains ponding on the roadways as well. And he's been doing a great job of pulling up some of those cameras to give you live looks out there across the First Coast to let you know what conditions are actually looking like out the door, especially if you don't live in one of these locations. But nonetheless, there you can see where that couplet is coming. So it came really just to the south or southeast of Lake City, now crossing over I-10 and then zooming in just a little bit closer there. It is right near the Columbia and Baker County line. So timing it out, Taylor School is really the only thing popping up on the map. As you heard Robert say, the Osceola National Forest is up across here in northern Baker County. So not a whole lot of people who live in this area, but there are some. So we want to still keep you safe and keep you informed. So timing wise, about just after noon. So 12:05 for Taylor School. So you got about 15 to 20 minutes to take your tornado precautions. These storms are moving off to the east northeast, anywhere from about 40 upwards of even 50 miles per hour at times here. So they are moving along at a pretty fast clip. Storm core, this is just another way to kind of look at the overall strength of the updraft. The winds themselves and the overall height of the updraft has come down at least a little bit, but we are still, again, seeing some of that low-level rotation that could potentially produce a tornado. So I do want to reiterate that there is not a tornado on the ground for the time being, but there is the potential for one to be produced. Where are we looking at here,
That is
Robert?
just south of where that rotation is, just south of I-10. So basically on the tail end, the bottom where the 90 is right there on the screen, this is out of Lake City's airport, I believe. You can kind of see a lot of that scud and that inflow coming in on the back side of that, and that's just kind of that sucking in that air into this tornado warning. Also still under a severe thunderstorm warning. I believe this is also on I-10 where that couplet just passed just north of there. Heavy rainfall. Traffic was flowing there just a second ago. Actually, look at the trucks right there, Ross. They got their four-ways on.
Yeah.
So
traffic slowing down substantially, very heavy rain ponding on the roadways there.
Yeah, and one more time, actually, I'll just pop up the couplet here for you guys so you can see what we're talking about now that you're joining us here. This is over the Oskaloosa National Forest, so the tornado warning itself is over a very remote area, but this is all part of a broader storm. And you throw it back to there we go. So this is all part of a broader storm, but places like Sanderson, this storm is headed in your direction. You're probably going to be skirted by it here in just the next about 10 to 15 minutes. St. George, though, is all kind of headed off. And as Ross just mentioned here a second ago, Brunswick is currently being impacted. St. Simon's Island heading off towards Darien, all under a severe thunderstorm warning as well. And just keep me posted, Ross, if you want to jump back in here.
Yep.
We're tag teaming this right now, so kind of bouncing back and forth, both of us trying to get the latest and greatest information here that is coming in, not only from us, but from the National Weather Service. Actually, you know what, Ross?
I was going to say, do you want to pull up CC?
I was just about to say and do that as well. This is why teamwork makes the world work. That is right there. You see that? So what we're looking at right here, and I want to explain this to you, friends, is see right here I have that velocity couplet, right? So this is a lot of ins and outs, and this is over a very wooded area. We got a lot of trees and everything. Okay, I'm going to bounce back to here, so I'm just showing you this. So this is our velocity coming in and out. This is over a very wooded area. We got a lot of trees kind of in this, and then we bounce over to CC, and you see this white ball? Ross, you want to confirm this with me? Do you think that's a debris ball right there?
It certainly well could be, or at least something getting picked up in that. So,
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Ross. When we say debris ball, we mean there's something in this part of the radar is looking out, and the radar knows what rain looks like. The radar knows kind of what hail looks like. The radar knows what clouds look like, and that's all indicated in the red here. That right there is the radar saying, I don't know what that is. It's probably something that is not meteorological related. Is that the proper way to discuss it there, Ross?
yeah, I mean, a lot of the times if it's moving through a residential neighborhood, it could be anywhere, from insulation to wood, and that could also be in the forest. Again, we've mentioned this is a fairly rural area, a wooded and forested area as well. So leaves, twigs, any sticks, dirt even, that get picked up into the updraft and start to get rotated around a potential tornado can, give off this type of signature. So nothing confirmed as of yet from the National Weather Service, but certainly a concerning thing to see here this evening with that, potential debris ball, starting to flash itself.
And I just got reminded that, and hopefully no one is out here, and we're here to try to make sure everybody's safe, but I just said like 250A right there. That is just south of that. That is a national forest road. That is through the forest there. But this is just north of I-10. Do we have, if we could pull up right there on that mile marker near 250A, the camera from FDOT or Florida 511 or anywhere in there, well, is that in that specific area just south of that? Because I don't see a lot of rain. I know we got some heavy rainfall. Okay, all right, so that is interesting. So right now, it's just kind of rain. They're just south of where that debris ball is kind of being indicated right now, shifting off there towards the east. Looks like something could be getting lofted into the atmosphere. But look at the tree right there on the right side of the screen. this could down trees there on I-10. I'm not saying it is right this moment, but definitely you got these gusty winds, that high, straight line winds kind of getting kicked up with this. In fact, on velocity, I'm seeing winds on I-10 upwards of 40 to 50 miles per hour away from that couplet out there, Ross.
Yeah, I'm going to just pop us over quick.
Go for it.
Back over to Brunswick. So if we can pull up Max 2, or just pull up Max, and I'll have it pulled up here for us. Glenn County and Wayne County, severe thunderstorm warning until noon today. But a lot of heavy rain and a lot of lightning as well. You look at the storm core and the height and the strength of some of these updrafts now pushing not only past that strong level, but towards the severe colors, those dark reds, the burgundies, and even close to those purplish pink colors. So I know this is just to the north of Glenn County up towards Darien, but just be mindful there is also another very, very strong storm in this area around the Brunswick area, Robert. So again, this runs for Glenn County until noon, so you got about 12 more minutes for this severe thunderstorm warning. But just want to keep all of our friends up in Glenn County also safe here this morning. But again, the main concern is still certainly that tornado warning in Columbia and Baker County that also runs until noon today, now beginning to make its way into Baker. So I would assume they'll probably cut that off for Columbia.
Cut you off there real quick, and I'll just let you get back to it. But when Waynesville, just west of this storm you're talking about right now, we did get a report on our social media that the power did go out there.
Okay.
So we have been seeing power outages, which reiterates, have that First Coast News app and download it so you can get these notifications and continue to monitor this stream. Sorry, Ross, take it away.
No, yeah, well, we can just pop back over. I've only got a few graphics here for myself, so if we can switch back to Max 1. There we go. So that's where the couplet is, and still showing that, potential debris ball here now moving into western Baker County. So still a concerning thing. The overall rotation has seemed to really broaden out. It's not nearly as bright of a couplet. You typically need to see those bright reds and bright greens side by side, not necessarily seeing that here. And also even on reflectivity, not really showing as much of a hook either, wouldn't you say, Robert? So it looks like it's broadening out the overall circulation kind of within this storm.
Yeah, and I mean, if anything, we might see a little inflow right in there. I'm trying not to bounce around the radar too much, but yeah. Can you point? Yeah, you can point out where I'm showing here. A little inflow notch. We do have the bowing, which kind of indicates some strong straight line winds south of this, which I'm going to pull back the radar here. That's why the severe thunderstorm extends so far away from that. So we have severe thunderstorm, and within that, the tornado warning, which kind of indicated, here by that broad rotation. But I'm still interested on this debris ball. I'm actually going to loop it back the last few minutes. You can kind of see it pop up right there, just. I hope no down trees are on I-10 there. Just north of I-10. You see how close that was?
I was going to say, Robert, can you move that up just a little bit?
Yeah, I see the lower third is covering it. All right, so just north of I-10, right over I-10. Ross, do you mind jumping on, just pointing at?
Yeah.
And I'll loop it here for you. You just talk.
Yeah, so Robert's going to loop. You can see where it comes through. So right there it is, just to the north of I-10 is where it kind of picks up and then continues through eastern Columbia, crosses the state line. There were some very bright colors, and now moving into Baker County, still to the north of I-10. So if you live on the northwest sides of Sanderson by, let's say, 10 miles or so, just be mindful there's a very, very strong storm on the way, but also,
that just got brighter.
Yeah, colors still popping up pretty substantially here now this morning.
Yeah, I wouldn't be, this is a national forest. Hopefully this is just leaves, trees, but you said earlier this could be, it could be, pieces of insulation or something like that getting lofted in the atmosphere, right?
Yeah, well, and also, you can have a debris signature even with straight line winds at times. Things can still get sucked up into the updrafts, but it's honestly kind of hard to say. The couplet is still there, so there certainly still could be a tornado on the ground. Robert's kind of zooming in to show you right where it's at. Are there any roads? Can we zoom in real close there, Robert, and see if there are any roads around there?
Just want to reaffirm, and I'm going to zoom right in here because we're also getting asked upstairs. This is still in place till 12 p.m. The tornado warning, the severe thunderstorm warning is in place until 12:30. So if you're just jumping in us right now, at 12 o'clock, the players starts at 12. We're going to toss it back to the players here. If you're watching right now, I know we're cutting in some of your programming here, but we're also going to continue to stream live on FCN Plus, so we continue to monitor this. So, Ross, I'm going to zoom right in, and I don't really think, we got a couple state roads out here, or not state roads, national forest roads, like Northeast Gum Swamp Road. The name of that
if you live
road.
north of there, north of Gum Swamp Road, and what is this? County Road 250. So if you live anywhere to the north and west of County Road 250 and Northeast Gum Swamp Road, that's where that area of circulation is still currently being seen. Well, likely it's probably just now a little bit to the northeast of there, since this radar scan is a few minutes delayed.
I think one of the main area, it's really rural right here, but if we're talking about populated or at least homes, if you know anybody in Taylor,
Yeah.
Taylor School, Pine Grove Church, it's a Sunday, there's church services going on. That is probably, and given the fact that, let me pop this over back to CC. Okay, that looks like debris ball just northwest of that couplet still.
And I think that is a good point. A lot of folks are in church right now, Robert, and are soon coming out of church if they haven't already. So if you know someone who does live in this area near either Pine Grove Church specifically or in the Taylor area north of Sanderson or even northwest of McClenny, their phone is probably beeping with the tornado warning, but still reach out to them if you know they are in this area or live in this area or go to church in this area. Reach out to them, let them know there's a very strong, potentially very dangerous storm headed their way here this morning.
And not only that, we reiterate, I think most people understand this, but this is a national forest, right? So it's a very wooded area. We got some heavy rainfall coming down with this. In fact, we'll go back to reflectivity. This is kicking out a lot of lightning, heavy rain, and where it is specifically headed, a lot of trees. So you're not going to see this. So you want to get into that interior of your, I know this, we say this over and over again, and I'm just going to pop this up real quick, away from the windows, even if you're not in that immediate couplet. You don't want to be near somewhere where we're seeing possibly stuff getting tossed into the atmosphere. Windows can break, stuff like that. Just, you know, a lot of people don't have basements. I get that. Bathrooms are your best bet. If you have your phone app, just kind of get away from that. We are in a very rural area, but I want to make sure everybody is staying safe out here right now there, Ross.
Yeah, can we pull out and show the entire line of storms kind of not only across northeast Florida and southeast Georgia, but really kind of up and down the eastern seaboard. So there's a very large area of severe weather expected all the way from Pennsylvania down through Virginia and the Carolinas and then down through Georgia and Florida here. So we probably, I would say, only have about another 3 to 4 hours of severe weather threat. Again, that tornado watch for all of us runs until 3 p.m. this afternoon. After that, and as the storms move further off to the east and southeast, they're going to kind of enter an area a little less conducive for some severe weather, especially as they head a little bit further southward. But I will say that as some of these storms kind of near the I-95 corridor, as you saw up towards Glenn County in the Waynesville area, I do think there will be a slightly heightened tornado risk as these storms march further and further to the east.
Sorry, what did you just say there, Ross?
Just that the tornado risk itself is going to start to heighten at least a little bit more. You get some extra daytime heating here as the morning wears on and into the afternoon. So as these storms move further eastward and closer to I-95, I do anticipate a slightly higher tornado risk as these storms approach the Jacksonville metro here over the next, let's say, 2 to 3 hours.
Yeah, especially that southerly wind we've been seeing all across the First Coast. I mean, my goodness, winds have been consistently gusting at up to 30 miles per hour. I mean, this is a current look, non-thunderstorm related in Jacksonville, upwards of 30 at the airport. NAS Jax is at 30. So just to kind of reiterate what Ross is saying here, look at the temperatures near 80 near Palm Coast is all increases in that instability as we watch this march off towards the east. But let's go back to our current tornado warning. That is in place still until 12 o'clock. So we got 4 minutes. At 12, we'll get you back to your regular scheduled programming. I'm sorry, can you say that again, guys, upstairs? 2.5 minutes. So we're just going to watch this still. And that is pending this getting extended. If it does get extended, which is a real possibility for our friends out towards the Taylor area, we are going to stay on ABC. We're going to go to the Players on NBC. So make sure you change or you watch us on First Coast News Plus. We want to make sure you guys can watch your sports here, but we also want to keep everybody safe and informed, and we're doing our best to kind of navigate the waters here so everybody can see what they want to see, and we're also keeping everybody safe on top of that. I'm going to actually pull up the CC scan. Looks like our debris ball it's not quite as evident as it was just a few moments ago. We were really looking at something pretty strong out here just north of I-10. Right there, you kind of see where this was. And as it shifted towards the east, looks like our debris ball kind of falling apart there, but still might be something lofted into the atmosphere. Could be a tornado, could be very strong straight line winds. It was very persistent right over where the couplet was here. So we're going to see if this was a confirmed tornado on the ground. It might take some time since this is an extra rural area and a wooded area. But, oh, there we go. So we're going to stay until 12:30 on the ABC side of things, okay? But we're going to give you players on NBC. So if you're currently watching on Channel 12, switch over to Channel 25 if you want to still see the weather updates and track these storms as they head off towards the east. And I'm going to break down when these are going to arrive into Jacksonville in just a moment here too. If you're watching on FCN Plus, on Facebook, YouTube, any of our live streaming apps on the internets, you will still be able to watch. There's going to be no break in coverage, only NBC here as well. And if you're watching on NBC or watching on ABC and you don't want to worry about the shuffle, and I want to stay informed, First Coast News app 904-633-2402. You can text to that and you can have a link to download this app here. So, all right, we're going to shift here and we're going to toss you back to the players.
This has been a First Coast News On Your Side special report. Trust the most accurate weather team. Stream now on First Coast News Plus.
All right, so we are continuing to navigate the different waters of these warnings and making sure you're staying informed here. So thank you very much for staying with us on FCN Plus and on ABC. We're going to do our best to keep you updated and also let you know you can still watch your regular scheduled programming. I'm meteorologist Robert Spett. I'm here with meteorologist Ross Muma. We have been talking about this overall broad storm. We currently have a tornado warning, by the way, north of Sanderson, just north of McClenny, over the Oskaloosa National Forest, but it is approaching some highways here. 135 out here as well. Severe thunderstorm warning also still in place over a broad area here across the First Coast. And once again, I just want to stress this. We are under a weather impact alert day. This started at 8 a.m. We had storms. We had a tornado warning pop actually around Waycross at 9 a.m. We went live here talking about this. We've been with you ever since. This is going to continue through this afternoon for obviously widespread rain, severe storms, the possibility of obviously tornadoes. We are in a tornado warning right now, and all this is going to continue to shift off there towards the east. Ross, I'll let you take it away here. I just want time for people in Jacksonville before I get back to the tornado warning when they're going to expect stuff to come into this area.
Yeah, so really it's going to be after, well, now it's noon here on Sunday, so we're looking much closer to 1:30, 2 p.m. and even potentially after that. And we will kind of show you what the models are trying to depict here this morning, but likely, again, after that 1:30 mark is when we're going to be watching for some of those strong to severe storms, some of which do have a history of producing a tornado heading toward the Jacksonville metro. So we're talking downtown, the west side, south side, San Marco, over even into Jacksonville Beach, likely looking closer to about 2 to 2:30 for that severe potential. So here's what we got going on right now. Big severe thunderstorm warning that encompasses many of our counties: Columbia, Baker, Charlton, western Nassau, and northwestern Duval County until 12:30. And then again, that tornado warning that runs until 12:30 as well for both Baker and far southwestern Charlton County. So some very, very heavy torrential rains, especially crossing through really the I-10 area near the Sanderson. area, or on I-10 near Sanderson. So very, very heavy rainfall through there. This has shown a fairly strong couplet. I would say overall, it is still trying to keep at least some of that rotation. And this is something that we've talked about here over at least the last 3 to 4 days, that there was not only going to be a very strong and damaging wind gust threat of 50 to 60, even 70 miles per hour, but there was also going to be an isolated tornado risk. We have very strong winds at the surface. If you've been outside at all, strong southerly and southwesterly winds anywhere from about 15 to 25 miles per hour. And then those winds really start to veer with height. So that starts to kind of tilt the updraft aloft. And there is then the potential for some low-level rotation as well within some of these storms. So I put a latest track on that area of circulation almost in just kind of the smack dab center of Baker County right now. So Taylor School, you got, let's say about 3 more minutes to take your tornado precautions. You've been in this tornado warning for about 15 to 20 minutes now. So hopefully you are already in your safe space. Moving through kind of the southern end of the Okefenokee here. So Clarking, you have until 12:19. St. George and St. George Elementary School until 12:26. So just over 20 minutes to take your precautions. And then the Toledo area just after 12:30 until this tornado warned storm makes it onto your front door, or at least your doorstep here. So overall height of the storms not looking, terribly strong. So the hail threat isn't necessarily a big concern, but a lot of low-level moisture that keeps those cloud bases a little bit lower to the surface. You combine that with strong rotation at the surface as well. That's kind of why we have that heightened tornado risk here today. So you see it right there on the bottom of your screen, tornado warning for Baker and Charlton County that goes until 12:30. Lightning has come down at least a little bit, so it does show that the overall kind of strength of the larger storm has started to subside, perhaps at least a little bit. Sometimes these can kind of cycle through. They can not necessarily pulse, but you'll kind of get an ebb and flow. Sometimes they're a little bit stronger than at others. So although it is weakening for the time being, that certainly doesn't mean that it couldn't re-strengthen here again over the next several hours. So this is what I was talking about. Right around about 1 p.m. There, the models are showing a good job of at least showing this storm. So this is about perhaps an hour ahead of what's actually happening. So right about, let's say this is 2:30, storms moving through Nassau and northern Duval County. So this same storm will be moving through that area here very, very shortly. And then continuing further off to the east, storm-wise, storm motion is moving off to the east and northeast, where the overall line itself is continuing to move eastward here. So we do believe by 4 p.m. The overall storm threat, and specifically that severe weather risk, is going to shift off the coast, and we might just have a few lingering showers after that. But nonetheless, here is what we're looking at, Robert, right? Slight risk of severe weather. All of your main threats listed right there. And I think primarily it's going to be the straight line wind threat and also that tornado risk here now as we head into the afternoon. Yeah, and that tornado risk being the reason why we are here with you on First Coast News on the ABC side of streaming with you right now. Good breakdown there, Ross, and I hope we're getting a lot of people on our live streams asking questions about Jacksonville. So yeah, all this is headed out into your specific direction. I do want to show you this real quick. We have the tornado warning extending down towards Sanderson is a severe thunderstorm warning, and this is actually a live look out of Sanderson right now, where conditions are already starting to go downhill. You can see those low-level clouds kicking through. This is just south of Sanderson. To the right is where you do have basically this storm system, that tornado warned cell, and this is why we are on here right now. Of course, we're always looking at the broader view because there's a lot happening out here across the First Coast. We have a weather impact alert, all are here. Also, we have a tornado watch until 3 o'clock here this afternoon. Let's zoom right in, and you know what, St. George, I want to keep a close eye on you with this specific tornado warning. We actually have a bit of a couplet right in there. This is what we mean by couplet. So the radar goes out, it sees things coming and going. And what's happening is we're seeing a bit of rotation. This specific cell, just a few minutes ago, was showing us a fairly decent, what looked like a debris ball just north of I-10 in the Oskaloosa National Forest. Now, I hope that debris that was getting lofted into the atmosphere was not from any structures, and hopefully no one was directly impacted by it.
but it does show this storm system has that potential of producing a tornado, at least at this time, unless we have a tornado warning in place. Moving off towards the north and east, a Boggy at 12:17, expected to move in there. Clarking 12:19. St. George, probably one of the larger populated areas out ahead of this right now, 12:27, and Toledo at 12:29 here. A lot of this is going to be crossing the Okefenokee Swamp. It is moving through a very, very rural area, but this is, as we mentioned, all part of a larger cell that is moving off here towards the north and east, and just a part of a larger overall storm system here. But here specifically, this one over just north of McClenny, just north of Sanderson is the main one. And it looks like, Ross, our tornado warning, was it canceled? Yep. Okay,
yes, it
good. Okay, so with that said, friends, we're going to let you go back to your regular programming here on ABC. We're still going to stream on FCN Plus. So if you guys heard that upstairs, our tornado warning has been canceled. I want to get people back to their normal programming. We don't want to bother them too much here, but if you want still more weather information, text app to 904-633-2402. We are streaming continuously on FCN Plus, and on the digital side, we're going to try to answer some of your questions as well so we can nail down your forecast here throughout the rest of this afternoon.
This has been a First Coast News On Your Side special report. Trust the most accurate weather team. Stream now on First Coast News Plus.
Oh, hi there, friends. We are still streaming here on the digital side of things on Facebook, YouTube. I'm going to try my best to answer some of your questions here. That tornado warning has been canceled across Baker County. Good news. It looks like overall this cell, it is collapsing a bit. We're not seeing the lightning we were seeing a minute ago. And I mean, you can take a look at this. This is actually radar two-dimensional or three-dimensional view. Cloud tops upwards about 18 to 20,000 feet. For a good tornado warned storm, you want it up to maybe 30,000. That's not the entirety, but overall this is falling down just a bit, passing just north of Sanderson and McClenny here in Baker County, where we're continuing to watch this cell. So yeah, a lot happening. We've had multiple tornado warnings all morning. It feels like every about 15 minutes a new one pops. We do have, do we still have that shot? I'm trying not to move the camera around too much, but do we still have that camera out of maybe just north of Brunswick, north of Jekyll Island, I-95? We were talking about some heavy rain there just a moment ago. Just south of Savannah, it looks like some pretty heavy showers out in that direction on top of that. But we'll go to that in just a second. We got a lot to kind of talk about here in a broader view of things. But once again, a severe thunderstorm warning is in place still for Baker, Charlton, Nassau, southern areas of Ware County. I'm slowly going to zoom out here. Actually, I'll just jump over to this. We also have a tornado watch in place across the entirety of the First Coast due to conditions in place here today. A lot of stuff going on in the atmosphere. Strong southerly winds fueling up these storm systems, a big dip in the jet stream. But the key thing is with these, we do have a lot of rotation aloft, which basically means the winds are backing in, aloft, allowing for some of these cells to spin up just a bit. So this is out over I-95. Just, what is this, north of Brunswick, where they have some heavy rain, pretty decent storm that was actually tornado warned about an hour ago. That warning has been dropped, but it is still packing a little bit of a punch. Heavy rainfall, obviously, out there on the roadways as well. So, boy, this is a multifaceted storm. The good news is I'm seeing some of these bigger cells in southeast Georgia spread a little bit, which means they may be losing some of their bigger punches, but we still have another storm out near Gainesville that I want to keep a close eye on here too, because that is just ahead of all of this energy coming in. In fact, if we take a look at our temperatures here across the First Coast, I mean, Palaca's at 75, Palm Coast is at 81. These are all still in some of these warmer areas where the cold pool hasn't really just kind of blown in yet, and that still can allow for that instability. So as we get more cells coming in from the south and west, our severe weather threat should shift in that direction. Hopefully, we also get clouded over and things do improve a bit, but there's a lot happening here, and we still have this severe thunderstorm warning in place for Baker County, extending into northwestern Duval County and all the way out actually through western areas of Nassau County. I think you just said we have a Gainesville camera coming up. Ooh, is that out near the stadium? I believe that's UF, right? UF Century Tower. Good shot there. Kind of those clouds coming in from the south and west. And that is the next storm that may start to head off into our direction. I see a little shelf cloud right there on the leading edge of that. We'd have some questions here on our live stream. Somebody said his name's Bulldozer. Corey, both asking almost the same question here. Arlington, Jacksonville area. How about what's the weather going to be like going on out there? Basically, you know what? This next cell looks like it's going to go north of downtown Jacksonville, more of northwestern Duval, but there is still more coming in behind this. So this is the most immediate threat, and that's going to be approaching Duval County in the next, but it's almost collapsing. It might gain some energy over the Okefenokee, hopefully, or hopefully not, I should say. But it is still kind of severe thunderstorm warned, passing off there towards the north and east. Maybe clipping near the airport, but I think the Arlington area, you still got some time. You got some light rain out there. You're not under that severe thunderstorm warning. We're still going to watch this other one, which actually does look like a severe thunderstorm warning just was put on that one near Gainesville. So, boy, there's so much happening here with all of these. There's our severe thunderstorm warning. I'm going to slowly scroll out. Our severe thunderstorm warning just moving over the Okefenokee. Then we have the other one out there near Gainesville. That is in place till 12:14, so a little bit longer. And then we have another cell just north of Brunswick that's putting out a lot of lightning heading out there towards the coast. I'm talking a lot over here, Ross. If you got anything, feel free to jump in. I'm going to try to go get a nice cup of coffee here in a moment. But trying my best to kind of see what's happening here in our comment section as well. So you got anything new, Ross?
I'm going to hop in here in just a second. I'm trying to just look at a couple different things.
Okay.
I'm glad you kind of talked about that Gainesville storm, because that will be headed towards, Union, Bradford, Putnam County fairly shortly here.
And if you're unsure, it's what we're talking about here. Actually, it's this whole line, almost a big training type setup there, isn't it? In fact, I'm going to loop this through. And what I mean by training is watch as this loops through. Doesn't it look like a train? It's one car after another, all moving towards the general north and west. And within that, we're seeing a lot of lightning right over Cedar Key. I'm going to try to pull up while you're over here and you're talking with some of your stuff. I'm going to try to pull up a camera out of Cedar Key, just out of curiosity. I know it's not here on the First Coast, but boy, I bet you it is. Well, yeah, it is right there. Cedar Key is looking absolutely rough at the moment. I'll pop this up on the screen, and then I'll let you jump over your graphics here real quick there, Ross. Yeah, that's out of Cedar Key right now. So that's where all that stuff is coming in right out of the Gulf. I'm going to step off right here. Let you take it away for a second, and I'm going to go get a drink.
All righty. Thank you, Robert. So I'm going to just hone back in on our one and only severe thunderstorm warning, at least in the area of the First Coast here now as we transition into your Sunday afternoon. Severe thunderstorm warning there for northern Baker, Charlton, far southern Ware County, and then really western Nassau and Duval counties here. This does still go until 12:30, so we have 15 more minutes within this severe warned storm. This has had a history of some rotation with it. Looks like they just put a flood warning in effect there for the St. Mary's River that kind of borders Nassau, Charlton, and Baker County. So very, very heavy rain headed into this way. This is just kind of a quick loop of what we had seen earlier of that kind of velocity couplet. This was a tornado warned storm previously, but you can kind of see over the last really 15 to 25 minutes, the overall circulation within the storm has broadened out substantially. And if you've been tuning in for at least a little while now, you saw Robert also kind of show the height of the storm, really not all that high. And you do typically need to reach at least 30, 40,000 feet to get some of these strongest thunderstorms. So that is some good news for folks that it looks like, at least for the time being, although this still is a severe warned storm, it may perhaps be weakening at least a little bit here now. But worst of it is going right over Highway 185 there. what county is that? In Charlton County. So really that southern part of Charlton near the St. George area has the best chance to see the worst of the storm here right now. So some very, very strong winds. It's warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds, so at least expect wind gusts upwards of perhaps 40 to 50 miles per hour, even up to 60. But here's kind of the storm core. I've shown this a few times, really only showing about those moderate colors. That's why the actual updraft and height of the storm is only about 10 to 20 feet, or 10 to 20,000 feet, I should say. So the overall look of it is looking less and less concerning. Lightning as well also starting to go down, which typically the more lightning you have, the worse the storm can often be, or the stronger it will be. Whereas as that lightning concentration begins to decrease a little bit, your overall storm threat is also starting to diminish at least a little bit as well. But nonetheless, we want to give you guys at least an idea of when kind of the central part of this storm is going to be headed your way, especially for our folks downwind. So in Nassau and Duval County. So for anyone who lives up on the north side, up by the Jacksonville Airport and Hilliard, Callahan even, you're looking closer to about 12:51 to about 1 p.m. Or perhaps I should do that math over. 12:51 to 12:45, since this scan is perhaps about 2 to 3 minutes old here now. Callahan, anywhere from about 12:25 to 12:30. Kent, 12:15 to 12:22. So these storms are moving rather quickly off to the northeast, anywhere from about 40 upwards of even 50 miles per hour at times. So they're moving along at a pretty fast pace and a pretty fast clip here now. But it does look like that severe thunderstorm warning that was for Alachua County and I believe Gilchrist County has just expired. But you saw Robert show you there a big long train of storms that went the whole way from pretty much Keystone Heights all the way down through Gainesville, Chiefland, and then down to Cedar Key. So some very, very strong storms there. But nonetheless, we do still have that tornado watch in effect until 3 p.m. this afternoon. So although you may not have seen very strong storms yet, that doesn't mean you still don't have the possibility to. I apologize for the sound on the ground. That is the small box Robert needs to stand on because he's a little bit shorter than me. So you guys can pop me up on screen if you want to. We will just kind of take a little radar tour. Good afternoon, folks. Here at a little bit of a different spot. So as I was saying, tornado watch until 3. Here's just kind of another way to look at it here. So strong storms just moved through Glenn County and the Brunswick area. You can really see, though, that storm that passed just through Lake City, the tornado warned storm that is no longer, it is diminishing substantially. And, if you guys take me on camera 9, I'll just walk back here and show you. So here comes the storm through Lake City, a lot of lightning, and then pretty much as it crosses I-75 and starts to move towards Baker County, the lightning diminishes substantially and the overall size of the cell also really just kind of gets squeezed down. So that is a very, very good sign for that storm now pretty much all in Charlton County. So Baker County, you should be all right from that storm now. Anyone downstream of here kind of moving more so into Nassau County. So it does look like at least the northwest portion of Duval County might see the very southern end of this. But overall, it does look like the worst of the storms, at least in the First Coast DMA, are starting to weaken at least a hair. I'm going to zoom back out. Here is the huge train of storms, though, that Robert was discussing. So there is a this is all from a strong cold front coming on in. So very strong southerly winds kind of smacking right up against that cold front. That is kind of providing that mechanical lift. So forcing all of that warm, moist air upwards and aloft, creating these storms. So especially those very warm waters in the Gulf, comparatively to, the landmass here. Some very, very strong storms, a ton of lightning. So if you live anywhere from Cedar Key to Gainesville, and then really especially our southern counties here in the First Coast, so we're talking Union, Bradford, if you live in Keystone Heights, Palatka and Putnam County, and then even I would say St. Augustine, or at least St. Johns County and Flagler County, you probably won't see any of these storms until a little while later, but temperatures are a little bit warmer there. Let's see if I've got the temperatures pulled up. Here we go. So yeah, areas obviously off to the west and north who have seen a little bit more rain here so far this morning. You're a little bit cooler, upper 60s there for Lake City and Brunswick, but for areas further south that have seen a little excuse me, a little bit more sunshine, not nearly as much cloud cover this morning, and you haven't seen rain yet. Prime example there, Palm Coast, you're sitting at 81 degrees. St. Augustine 76, Palatka 77. So there is still a lot of energy to be tapped into there in some of these, locations. This is going to be kind of another way to look at that risk. So I'm going to try and just zoom it in here. This is just kind of playing by ear a little bit. So this kind of just shows you the rotation available in some of the storms. Obviously, you see here, you get into those oranges, those pinks and purples. That'll show you that chance for, potentially, not only strong storms, but rotating storms as well. So here's about 1 p.m. So this is just over a half an hour away, still seeing a lot of that. You'll notice as we continue through the afternoon, so that tornado watch runs until 3. There's 2 p.m., 2:30, 3. The overall threat begins to shift closer to I-95 and then southward. So by, let's say, 2:30, 3 p.m., areas west of Highway 301 should be looking much better. So if you live in Folkestone or Waycross or Blackshear, McClenny, Sanderson, out towards Lake City, your overall storm threat should be diminishing pretty substantially by the middle of the afternoon. And then as we head closer and closer to sunset, the only remaining kind of risk area or threat area will be much closer to far southern Putnam, southern Flagler County, kind of down towards the Daytona Beach area for any remaining strong storms that might, potentially be seen there. So gusty storms and winds still possible nonetheless. Let me see if I can pull up just kind of another way to look at it. So that was just kind of your helicity instability. That's just kind of talking about the rotation available within some of those storms and updrafts. This is another way to look at it. This is your convective available potential energy, which really is just trying to show how much heat and moisture and everything is available for, lift in some of these updrafts. And you can still, by 2, 3 p.m., still some heavy downpours. Nothing too concerning there, at least on what some of the models are showing. So that's some good news. So I just kind of want to let you be an at-home forecaster. I know folks like to do that sometimes, right, Robert? Yeah. Get some at-home forecasters getting in here.
We got a couple people in the live stream who've been tracking the storms as well, kind of watching this. They've been commenting like, hey, oh yeah, here comes the storm. This is where we're seeing right now, kind of kicking across this specific area, anything like that.
No warnings in the, or really anywhere across Florida. That warning for Gainesville has gone away, as has the one that did include Duval and Nassau County. That's also gone away. That storm pretty much fizzled out here now, Robert.
Yeah, you know what? A lot of them have. I mean, this one out west of Folkestone still kicking off some decent lightning. But you're right, no severe warns. Oh, well, okay, maybe not. I was thinking, I'm just looking across all of Northeast Florida. That's just because it's shaded. A lot of lightning coming in out of that west of Gainesville. I think for the time being, that severe threat has passed. I think, what do you think? At Jacksonville, we're kind of getting clouded over, so hopefully we don't get severe storms in Jacksonville. What are your thoughts on this, Ross? Like, I know we're watching all of this kind of come in our direction. That would be my worry.
Yeah, I mean, based on where this line is trending, so right, they're all kind of headed that way. We're really going to need something to backfill in kind of the Union, Columbia, Baker County area to get anything to hit us here in Jax. And I'm not really seeing that, at least for the time being. I mean, because typically you look a lot further downstream. So maybe a storm like there could maybe produce something later. But yeah, I would say at least for the time being, the overall storm risk looks to be a little bit diminished in Jax.
Well,
now I will say these storms just off to the southwest of Waycross and Folkestone could still pack a punch. They've got some lightning. So if you live in Brunswick, yeah, you could still see some action here. Because we talked about in and along I-95 by the afternoon, 2 to 3, probably a better chance, but.
Well, let's do this. I'm going to do one more walk around the First Coast. If you flip over to on the internet side of things on that computer, see on Facebook or YouTube if anybody has any questions. Maybe we can answer a couple of them. And then maybe we might take a break here and just let the radar kind of loop through until something happens. But if you see any good questions on there, maybe somebody's asking about specifics or anything, they want to chime in. But while he's doing that, I do want to remind people the broader view of things. Look at this snow, deep area of low pressure that spawned this up originally. We had tornadoes here into the Midwest. Then we had tornadoes yesterday, which, we can also even cut to some video of yesterday's tornadoes as well, if we still even have that available. And then today, of course, we're watching what's happening here close to the first coast. But this is just an impressive, larger storm system. Now, remember, this is what we're talking about. This was the damage overnight. Will, which he's still upstairs in the booth. Shout out to Will. He's been here all morning. I believe the death toll is still 34 over the last few days here from all different ranges of this storm system, from the impacts up north. But just last night, there were 6 deaths in Mississippi from this. I'm sorry, can you say that again? 36 fatalities due to the storm system. So that's why myself, Ross, Jasmine and Rowe, all of the staff here at First Coast News on a Sunday have been streaming live. We've been cutting in the coverage because of these continued impacts. It may not, hopefully we don't see anything like that here in the First Coast. We have had, I think, about 5 tornado warnings so far this morning, but these videos of multiple different images show you that this storm has packed a punch in the broader view of things. And not only from tornadoes, we've had dust storms, we've had fires behind this. It is a overall large, serious storm. This is out of Mississippi from last night.
Taylorsville, right?
Sorry?
I think it's Taylorsville.
Taylortown.
Taylortown. Okay.
But yeah, you're right. This is from Taylortown last night. This is the one that 6 fatalities were reported from this. And my good, by the way, I appreciate this video. This is good video. This, at the same time, the meteorologist in me says, that is not where you should be with a tornado. My goodness. Ross, I see you're pulling up
yeah, just the storm reports. Yeah, I wasn't going to pull up anything specific, but as you were talking about just the breadth of how large and how impactful this whole storm system was, I mean, look, all the way from Louisiana through Dixie Alley with Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, Georgia, the Panhandle, Carolinas. I mean, so many storm reports out there.
It's a lot.
And I mean, look at it. I'll just zoom in quick, not to interrupt you, but I mean, all of those tornado reports. Oof. Harrowing stuff.
And that's where we just saw, because that video we saw just came out of Mississippi. I'm sure that line of tornadoes was associated with that. It is a big, just beefy storm. Okay, so we go back to what we have going on in the next few hours, by the way. So you can really see where the line is of this front already kicking on through. Out near the coast, we still have 30-mile-per-hour winds, and I'm sure the players, the finals going on right now. Thank you very much for watching on FCM Plus, by the way, on NBC. We are showing the players. I'm sure it is interesting because those winds are going. But also look at our temperatures into the 70s here, up near 80, which Ross was talking about a few moments ago. This could add some additional instability if everything comes together. But you see behind it, look at kind of the cold pool that's setting up those cooler temperatures, which is more or less allowing things to be a little bit more stable. But you have those warm temperatures, and you have that next round of moisture coming in out of the Gulf that could be setting things up. I also drew this on there, by the way. We're not alone in this. This just goes back to the broad scope of this. There's a tornado watch extending about 620 miles from the Carolinas all the way down towards the Tampa area, and then, of course, back to our neck of the woods. Nice little break. Jacksonville, based on what we're seeing right now, might luck out on this, Ross, if this all edges just towards our south. Which, egg on our face a little bit because we were expecting it in downtown, but I'd rather have it miss the city and the players and everything. I'd rather be wrong and have it miss.
Go around that 295 loop.
Yeah, right? But I wouldn't say we've been wrong here because there has been tornado warning after tornado warning this morning. It's been in place. But boy, lots happening. What do you got over here, Ross?
I was just kind of scrolling through some of our comments on Facebook. Just some reports, very little to no rain so far in Jacksonville. Some folks were asking about how is it looking for Folkston now that the first kind of line of storms has passed on through. There is another kind of wave headed your way. So just to the south of the Homerville area, north of Fargo. So Highway 441 in between there and Highway 1 and 301, kind of where it winds off in Folkestone. Some strong storms there. I'll pop over to the storm core. Nothing real concerning, so some lightning, some very, very heavy rain there as well, but yeah, there, back onto Max 2. So kind of moving through that very slim sliver in Charlton County, or Ware County, excuse me, heading into Charlton. Nothing, you know, too worrisome there. So yeah, I would say the main two spots we're watching are going to be for the northern part of the Okefenokee, up here in Ware and Charlton, and kind of headed towards Pierce County. So that'll be the first spot. And then, as I had said earlier, kind of down further southward, Gainesville getting some, you know, stronger storms and heavy rain right now, and it does look like the worst of it is kind of about to track onshore closer to the I-75 corridor for our far southwestern areas. So yeah, I mean, here across southeast Georgia, still some heavy rain, but it does look like the overall severe risk is at least starting to diminish at least a little bit. I'm going to pop over to velocity quick just to see if we see any sort of rotation with that storm moving through Ware and Charlton counties. Some very, very broad rotation there. I'll stop it, but I'm not too worried about that. So you can see it kind of. Let me circle it quick. Right there, but that is not the best signature we've seen so far here this morning or into this afternoon now. So an area that we will watch. I think that's just something that kind of will be a trend here throughout the rest of this afternoon. All of these storms will have at least some level of a potential for at least some broad mid-level rotation within them. Just whether they kind of get all of the ingredients in their act together to get an actual funnel cloud that touches down is still yet to be seen, and it does look like perhaps for many of us that threat is starting to lessen at least a little bit. Robert, I would say at least, you know, timing-wise, we were fairly close. Now, yes, the storms in and around Duval County have kind of gone to the north and south, but we did expect, you know, shortly after lunchtime, that's when most of these storms would hit kind of the I-95 corridor, and especially Jacksonville, northern Clay, St. Johns County. So you're talking, you know, Green Cove Springs, Middleburg, Ponte Vedra Beach specifically for the players, and then anyone kind of down into northern St. Johns. We were expecting a little bit more of an early to mid-afternoon event, and it does look like that timing has still been fairly on track.
And folks, I mean, even for the players, by the way, and I'll flip it back over to this, it looks like we have a little bit of rain just around Ponte Vedra, so it's starting to rain there just a bit. We do have some heavier showers just crossing the Bucknam, and in fact, this is a look at downtown Jacksonville. And it has, you know, you mentioned the timing. This is kind of the leading edge of that line of storms. Now, it's not severe, but they are just kind of approaching the first coast, and it's got kind of that look to it there. But thankfully, you know, we're not seeing the lightning or anything out of it right now.
Yeah, and I just got a question about, you know, any more bad weather for Pierce County. It looks like, as I had kind of went through, Ware and northern Charlton have that one storm trying to make their way in. Sorry, I got it. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, sorry about that. So south of the Waycross area, just due west of Folkestone, there is one strong storm left. So that could potentially impact areas in Pierce County that are south of Highway 84 there in the Blackshear area. But overall, I think this is tracking much more so towards like Glenn and Camden counties. Brantley County, even kind of up towards the Waynesville area. Just the overall storm motion is a little bit more in that direction. So I would say if you do live in Pierce County, you still have the chance for, you know, some rumbles of thunder and rain, but I would think the overall severe weather risk has really started to go down fairly substantially now here as we head into the afternoon hours.
Yeah, and you know what, to carry off of that, Ross, what do you think about just going to the live stream here? You want to come back over here with my camera 9. Let's, for everybody upstairs too, since, you know, it is backing off a bit. Of course we have that, but I've been talking continuously since 9 a.m.
You've been here a while.
It is your option. Do you want to continue here? Do you think we should, or just kind of leave it on the radar loop and have everybody just continue to watch it that way. But if something pops,
Yeah.
we can come back.
No, I think that's a very good idea, especially because our only storm chance and lightning threat is up here. Yeah, and especially, you know, the Jacksonville Metro, currently dry, not, you know, too concerned about us, at least for the time being. So, yeah, I agree. I think if something pops, we'll hop back on.
I do want to ask you more of an experience and personal question here. So you were in Oklahoma City. What do you think this kind of today's ranking of, because he's been through all the tornadoes. What do you think today's ranking as far as what we've seen so far, what we could see compared to other parts of the countries and what they've seen so far?
From this same system?
Yeah, from this system.
Just with regards to extent or intensity?
I guess overall. I'm not really being clear on the question, but yeah, I guess overall, what we've seen so far. I mean, we've kind of seen some of these weaker spin-ups, but it's not from the movies or anything like that we've seen out there.
No, I think the one thing that makes it tough about today is that it's a little bit messy. You know, for folks in Mississippi and Alabama, they had supercell after supercell after supercell lined up. They're very clear radar signatures, not only on reflectivity, but velocity. Obviously, you know, they were popping, you know, flying off the screen. I think most of the stuff we saw here today was just, you're seeing a lot of, you know, rotation available. But anything that would happen would be rain wrapped.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard to see. Obviously, a lot of trees here. Not that Mississippi and Alabama and Tennessee and even, you know, northern Georgia don't have that as well. No, I mean, I don't think we played it up.
Yeah.
In any way. There is still a severe weather risk, especially, you know, for our friends further south. There's still plenty of energy to tap into there later this afternoon. When it's these broken lines,
Yeah.
right, I think it's a little bit harder. You know, we could have had a straight squall line of storms where you watch for those, you know,
and you get that
embedded.
exact timing of when they're going to hit.
Yeah, whereas now we kind of have a broken line. You have one set up there and another one set up here, and we're kind of waiting to see if anything fills in on the back end of this.
And one thing I think anybody on the First Coast can see right now is if they step outside, because this is radar, this is showing precip, but if we looked at satellite, this is all clouded over, right?
Yes.
So we're not getting because the thing out west, right, in Oklahoma, for example, you get those supercells where if I'm sitting here and it's sunny, but over there it's a storm, and that helps fuel up these storms, right?
Yeah.
Here we're clouded over, the rain's kind of spreading out. It's still a severe threat, and that's why I think you're mentioning further south because it's warmer, but at least...
Did they see much sun down towards like Palm Coast and Flagler Beach?
They got up to the 80s, I know that.
Yeah.
There was some sun, but it was mostly clouded for most of the day. So yeah, things are kind of, but like I said, I don't think we've hyped this at any means. We've gotten, 5, 6 tornado warnings today?
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, that verifies multiple tornado warnings.
The Bree ball just north of Sanderson really verifies for me.
Yeah.
We're not confirmed on a tornado at that point. That was not verified.
But something.
It's in the Osceola National Forest. It might take some time to get out there.
Yeah.
But there was definitely something getting tossed into the atmosphere right over top of where a tornado warning cell was.
And I mean, even this morning, I mean, before I got in and you were here for all of this, like there was a long line of severe thunderstorms here. And if they had kept their strength, you know, and continued further east, which some of them did, but obviously a lot of it has now kind of broken up.
Yeah, because that line just around 8 to 9 a.m., it was getting me a little nervous because it was popping around Valdosta. We had a very good clear couplet north of Waycross, but
and there were a couple tornado warnings up here before they entered you know, our DMA.
There was a few just popping just outside of Waycross there at about 8:30, 8:45. So lots happening.
Take a breath now.
We're going to take a breath. So, by the way, Ross, this is here on his day off. Shout out to Ross for coming in. This is what, I mean, if you were at home, would you be watching the radar?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we're here. Yeah. This is what we do.
Yeah.
And meteorologist Elise Southwick's going to be coming in about an hour to join us as well. She's here all day. And, yeah, we're tracking these storms. If we get another severe thunderstorm warning, stuff really starts looking interesting, we'll be here with you. But I think we're just going to go to radar, loop it through. We'll keep live streaming. If you want to keep asking questions, we'll check in on that occasionally. Anything else you want to add, Ross?
Happy St. Patrick's Day tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Sunny and cooler weather.
You're going to deserve that beer out there.
I was going to say, grab yourself a green beer.
Okay, I'll do that right now. All right, so we'll be back in a bit.
is a severe weather update from the First Coast's most accurate weather team, certified by WeatherRate.
Hi there, I'm meteorologist Robert Speta, and of course, we're going to be breaking in here just for a few moments. We'll get you back to your coverage here of the players in just a moment. But as you can see, they are currently under a weather delay. This is expected right around 1:30. We anticipated storms to start to move into the Ponte Vedra area. That's all due to lightning at this time. No severe weather, but there is a tornado watch in place across the entire First Coast right now, and it does look like more lightning is going to be moving into that area. So I want to bring in our sports reporter, Shaz. He's currently out there at TPC Sawgrass, standing in the rain. Shaz, what's going on out there right now? Did you just hear the sirens go off a few minutes ago?
Exactly, Robert. Sirens just went off. Also, announcements are going around everywhere on the grounds. They're telling fans to take cover, go somewhere where it's safe, get to tents. As we can see, everybody's kind of getting away, getting off of the course, finding safety right now. And then also they have all these red signs on the course. Anywhere that they had leaderboards going on, just making sure fans understand what's going on and what's happening right now. So they're going to wait for everything to hopefully slowly die down to get the golfers back out. But just about 5 to 10 minutes ago, those alarms went off around the course to get everyone kind of understanding what's going on. So as we can see, it was raining hard right now earlier, a few sprinkles, and the fans were kind of getting excited. They're like, is it going to pass over us? But unfortunately, we have suspended play, and we're going to see how long it takes us to get back. Robert, I know you know the best what's going to happen here shortly, so give the fans what they need to know now.
Yeah, and before we get into this, what's kind of the magic time here, Shaz? Because right now we got lightning. It does look like more rain's on its way. What's the magic time that they can still get the rest of today's golf in versus having to push a delay till tomorrow?
Yeah, so right now, Rory was just finished up on 12th. Bud Cauley is on 11th as well. So they have about 7-8 holes left for the day. So the best time, let's say, would be if we get that gap around 4, right? So sun is going to be hopefully out till about 7:30, let's say. So if they get the rain done by 4, can get that kind of the grounds dry, they can get enough time just to get it in, and hopefully there's no more rain after that little spurt that we're going to have. So they have plenty of time. As long as the rain stops by 3 or 4 o'clock, they've got enough time to get it done today and hopefully, just hopefully crown the 51st Players Champion here.
Well, thank you very much, Shaz. And if you get any more information, please let us know. And thanks for jumping on here. I know you had a very busy day out there at the Players, so thank you very much for jumping in with us real quick. And just to kind of reiterate, and we'll get you right back to programming here in just a second, this was because we did get that lightning strike right over Ponte Vedra, actually just south of TPC Sawgrass. We had a strike within this band right in here. It's not a lot. It's not severe. You couldn't even hear thunder in the background, just that light rain over them. But the fact of the matter is you have that, and then we look at this loop here. There's more strikes just around Stark, extending all the way back towards the Green Cove Springs, and this whole line is moving from southwest to northeast, which unfortunately means this line is all headed at least out here towards the Jacksonville area or just south of southern Duval into St. Johns County. So if this edges just enough further towards the south, which we do anticipate, hopefully they can get some more play in there this evening. If it continues to train, it might just continue to linger a little bit later on. But likely by 4 o'clock, we're going to see this move east and then a little bit southeast that should start to improve. But all the while this is going on, we still have plenty of other weather. Like I said, there is that tornado watch that continues to remain in place across the First Coast until 3 o'clock, and we still have that weather impact alert in place. So we, of course, keep you posted on FCN Plus. If you want to stream us on FCN Plus, make sure you download the app at firstcoastnews.com. You can get more information on this storm system as we continue to track it throughout the day. All right, I'll get you back to your regular programming here with the Players.
Stay with the First Coast's most accurate weather team. Stay safe and informed. Download the First Coast News app now. First Coast News, on your side.
And for everybody who's still streaming us on FCN Plus, we just gave that shout out to the app. And thank you very much for everybody on social media who is helping us out here, keeping us informed, as well as, everybody on FCN Plus supporting this this app here and make sure we're getting this information out to everybody here today. Once again, we have a tornado watch that is in place across the entirety of the First Coast. The severe threat has diminished a bit, but it's not gone. if that makes sense. A lot of these storms have kind of spread out just a bit, and we can take a look at our watch, really extending still across the entirety of the first coast. We actually have a pretty decent storm out there near Waycross right now, kicking off some lightning, but I think our main threat for stronger weather is out here just south of Gainesville. Now, I know that's outside of our area. We know we're talking about out towards Marion County, but it is shifting towards the east, and this is eventually going to move into Putnam County. That's why you kind of want to point this out. In fact, this whole line kind of shifting east-northeast just like that. So Palatka around 2:30, Palm Coast 3 o'clock, and then even in the Ponte Vedra, this whole line could hopefully shift just south of the Players. As it's kind of moving east-northeast, but it's going to be close to see how the energy from this kind of shapes up as it kind of kicks off in that direction. In fact, I think I'm going to redraw this. One part out of hope and one part out of just kind of seeing where this is headed. I may have not have drawn that quite directly where it's going to go, but it looks like most of this should shift south by 4, 5 o'clock there. So hopefully they can get some more playing in out there at the Players. But just in general, yeah, we're going to continue to track these storms southwest of Gainesville as it moves off towards the north and east. We just showed this a second ago out there at the Players. They just had a lightning strike. Basically, if they get a lightning strike, they got to wait about 30 minutes for next for everything to clear out. But at the same time, that's not a golden rule. At the Players, I know the guys out there actually did a nice little package, a story with them this past week about how they detect this, and they likely knew that lightning strike was going to take place before it took place. They got these meters all around the course there that measures the electromagnetism in the atmosphere, and basically they can detect if the cloud is getting energized above them before the strike. I mean, a lot of money into the Players, so of course all that is invested to make sure people are having a good time, but also staying safe out there. And yeah, they're going to continue to monitor this. And when they think, the meteorologists at the Players there in TPC Sawgrass think, okay, we're clear now, then we'll get back to it. But from what I see, it is going to be a little bit of time before things clear out. This is not a one and done. There's more flow coming in from the west, around Stark, Keystone, Middleburg. You're all seeing this lightning kind of flare up there. And in fact, we can just put this on a loop. Basically over the last hour, you generally get a good idea of where this is headed from the southwest towards the east-northeast, tracking this here. So let's pull back the picture, and then of course there is that nastier weather southwest of Gainesville continuing to flare up and kick off into that direction. So I'm actually going to bring in meteorologist Ross Muma. We're going to continue to give you a quick little look around the first coast, see what we're happening here. This is not the hype. We just want to keep you guys informed here on First Coast News Plus, as well as on our social media sites here. So, Ross, what do you got for me?
Yeah, so I want to just kind of zoom in on another area. Obviously, the Players in most of the Jacksonville metro seeing some rain and a few flashes of lightning, but it's this storm right here that's just now moving to the east and northeast of High Springs, moving into portions of Union and Bradford County here very shortly. Not only is this a strong storm with some very heavy rain and lightning involved, but you can also see there is a little bit of some mid-level rotation there. Now, this is quite a long way from the radar beam itself. This is looking up pretty high up into the storm, but there is at least a little bit of rotation there. So this is not a severe warned storm, and this is not a tornado warned storm, but I do think folks downstream of this should just kind of be aware. I would not be surprised if some sort of tag gets put out on this. So for folks downstream, La Crosse 146, Brooker 154, Sampson 205. So again, this is going to be moving to the east-northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So
hey,
if you
Ross,
live in Union and Bradford.
I got something for you. If you just flip over to Max 2, that is a camera on I-75. Yeah. Right there for you. That's right under our storm system.
Yeah, so very, very heavy rain. You can see folks having to slow down a little bit. A lot of ponding on the road. You can see the water really spraying out the sides and the edges there of a lot of those
Looks like
vehicles.
Everybody's kind of got their four-ways on there as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, so really I just kind of wanted to zone in. Again, this is not warned for anything for the time being, but just kind of based off of what the rest of the line looks like here right now, Robert, and all of them kind of in a line. This is the only storm that's a little behind and kind of left out on its own here. So any lingering energy will be allowed to kind of get absorbed by this storm since it's just a little bit more off on its own here right now. So just want to give a quick update on that for you.
And you know what? Just talking about these storms, though, you did mention that one. If you flip over to one, or I got you. We also have that one just towards the southwest of Gainesville. You kind of see this coming in right about there. Now, this one's not severe warning, but I think if one is going to get severe warned, it might be that. Loads of lightning coming out of that, and in fact, this is just south of Gainesville. I just pulled up a camera from that area. Been watching some pretty decent lightning kind of getting kicked off on this particular angle as well. So a lot of lightning in there. These storms still have the potential to pack a little bit of punch, and as Ross said, oh, there you go, nice flash. I think you might have caught that there. Especially these ones that are kind of lingering on their own behind the main line, they could kind of suck up the energy there. Ross, you got anything else you want to add?
No, that was all I had for you there, Robert.
All right. Yeah, so, hey, you know what? We're not going to drag this out too much. We just want to chime in after the players there, kind of keep you posted about what's happening. Once again, a tornado watch is in place until 3 p.m. this evening. That is no surprise. We anticipated that for about 5 days now. We've been under a weather impact alert here at First Coast News. It is a weather impact alert day. We've issued these not as hype, but just to make sure you are staying weather aware, everybody stays safe, and especially for things like inconvenience, we don't want anybody out there on the roads getting into those traffic accidents. But yeah, we can just chime in real quick here on the players. It looks like, unfortunately, there's the latest round of thunder. It looks like down into the Mandarin area, I believe. If they hear thunder there at TPC Sawgrass, and you can see the strike here on the map, it's right there. If they see if they hear thunder over there at TPC Sawgrass, they're going to keep that delay going, obviously. But, you know, with these areas of cloud cover just basically stretching back towards the west, we have all these heavy showers, thunderstorms. This is going to continue over the course of likely the next hour. Sophie says, what is the players? You know what? We've been talking about that. The players, Sophie, not everybody is, you know, especially in our streams, is from the First Coast. The players is more or less the Super Bowl for the PGA. It's kind of their golf, or you know, it's a big golf tournament. Professionals from all over the country, of course, come here. It's very big, very famous, and you know, we got tens of thousands of people out at TPC Sawgrass today for the tournament, and it's been going on for about a week now, and today is the final day of it. So this is more or less the Super Bowl of golf taking place out there at TPC Sawgrass right now. So obviously with a lightning strike in the area and everybody kind of has to shelter and wait for it, that is a big impactor on our area here in Jacksonville and across the First Coast. So not everybody is follows golf. But, you know, just to let you know, so good question, Sophie, if you were unaware there. Yeah, overall, though, you know what? If you want to continue to stream us here, that is fantastic. We're here at firstcoastnews.com and at FCN Plus, as well as still streaming on our social media platforms here until something pops up again, or if we have any other breaking news, we'll chime in. But the key thing is that there is that lightning strike there at TPC Sawgrass for the players. We still under a tornado watch until 3 o'clock, and there are still more storms kind of training in from the south and west. So we'll continue to keep you posted. I'm meteorologist Robert Spetta. Side and covering typhoons, some of the biggest storms on Earth, and taking all of that knowledge back here to the First Coast and in the Jacksonville, and help tracking our hurricanes and severe weather in our neighborhood, knowing how they impact not only our local community but the military as well. And number one thing, of course, is being on your side, keeping you safe with your most accurate forecast. So make sure you download that First Coast News app, and also you can stream our newscast on First Coast News.